Singles are in the house.
From dusk till dawn. You don't need experience.
There's Brenda. She knows the drill. Joyce, good to see you again. Okay, for you newbies, so Joyce and Brenda were there last night. They know the drill. Love to see your faces. Love to see you dancing. We're going to be together for a while. There's Yvonne. Whoa. I mean, come on, it's Prince. Oh, another Joyce. Hi, Joyce. Woo! Oh, hey, Matthew. Come on, I'm going to see. I love when the guys dance.
Got to not talk dirty, baby. If you won't impress me, you can't be too flirty, mama. I know how to undress me. Yeah, I want to be your fantasy. Maybe you could be mine.
Oh, who else is going to be brave souls and unveil themselves? I'm just saying, we are a bunch of singles looking to mingle. You could be meeting somebody right here in this Zoom room. So unveil yourself. This is an opportunity.
Ain't no particular sign I'm more compatible with. I just want your hand to return me your kiss. Yes. I think dance.
All right, everybody copy me. Everybody follow Brenda now. Brenda, you go.
Women not girls, rule my world.
Hey, Joyce Gerber. Everybody follow her.
At your age, mama, not your shoe size. Maybe we could do the twirl. You don't have to watch Dynasty to have an attitude. You just leave it all to me.
Hey, Joyce.
I love you, be your fool. Yeah, you don't have to be rich to be my girl. You don't have to be cool.
Okay, we're aging ourselves, right?
I just want your head to turn your kiss.
All right. Oh my God, this room just got a little bit sexier. Hello, singles. Oh my gosh, welcome and welcome back for those of you who were there last night. Brenda, Joyce, good to see you. Oh my gosh, so many. Wait, I'm just gonna put my camera into gallery mode so I can see everyone like the Brady Bunch. So welcome to Single Sunday. How are you all feeling? Good. Put in the chat put an emoji or a feeling that you're having right now. I just want to see where, kind of get a temperature of the room. Like this has been a long weekend. Are you feeling inspired, hopeful, excited? Oh, I love the emojis. And also put in the chat, I would love to just see where you all are from. Joyce, good. By the way, good is not a feeling. Those people, we'll talk about expressions and feelings. So get more specific. When it's good, is it, oh, hopeful. I love it. Lots of introspection. Love that. My friends and I did a dance skit that Prince sang, my friends. I love that. Excited, Kimberly. Yes. Great, great. Interested, Joyce. Yes. Yay. And I see a lot of you are behind the camera. And look, I'm guilty of that. Like when I go to conferences and everything, I tend to turn off the camera as well. I hope that at some point you can turn your camera on. We will be doing some exercises throughout. I like to keep things moving and grooving. I don't like being just a talking head, especially we're going to be here for a while. And I'm going to break it up in between doing some PowerPoints, but then doing some lessons and hopefully a little bit of practice. For those of you who are VIPs, we're going to get even more interactive at the end when we're going into the VIP room. It's not too late to upgrade, by the way. Kimberly, you can put the link in the chat if anyone is interested. We had a beautiful discussion last night. Brenda, Joyce, I know you were there, Kimberly. And we're just going to do even more and just keep this train going. So, yeah, so where is everybody from? I'm just curious. So put in the chat. I'm from Los Angeles. I live here in Santa Monica. Anyone else a California person? Oh, Arizona, UK, Florida. Katy, Texas. I haven't heard of Katy. I have a lot of clients in Texas. Outside of Houston. I live between, oh, Tel Aviv and Milan. Joyce. Oh my gosh. You're a rock star. What time is it over there? It's nighttime, right? Yeah. Oh my gosh, you rock. Okay. Brooklyn. Oh, NorCal. I live in Maui. Oh, good to see you again, Devika. Awesome. Well, beautiful. We have, oh, I love the amount of people that we have. This is a great, beautiful room. And to me, it's more intimate, so we can get a little more conversational and hopefully have some discussion along the way. I would actually like to start out, Kimberly, I don't know if you have just my intro reel ready. We're going to start out just a little bit about me, and then we'll kind of move into things. So let's get started.
Please welcome confidence therapist and dating expert, Kimmy Seltzer.
Yes.
Hello. I'm a trained therapist and I'm from Chicago. I thought Chicago. If you look at the definition of flirting in the dictionary, it's to behave as though you are attracted to someone without the serious intention of an outcome. I know that sounds so scary, right? That's part of the appeal that a lot of these ladies are loving is his level of attentiveness and just authenticity.
Therapist and relationship expert Kimmy Seltzer says there are ways to ease into those anxiety-inducing social situations.
93% of communication is nonverbal, so what you say isn't even as important as how you look. I thought I was a pretty confident person, and I had a very traditional life until we all picked up and moved as a family, my kids, my dog, the picket fence. I still have the kids, by the way, but you see where the story's going. And so I don't usually like to kiss and tell, but I will say you're on to something. Like, you're a total flirt. Oh, okay. It's actually the best time to get out and meet people. There's so much buzz in the air. This is what I call dating in the second act, because dating is different than when we were all in our 20s. It's about being in the moment, being present, and being playful. This is a marathon, and you can't race to the finish line. You have to exercise those muscles so that you get to the finish line. Cheers! So that was just a little bit about me, but I am going to actually share my screen and get started and share the real me. So that was, obviously I like to just show, I've been doing a lot of media, and really it's just more about getting my message out there. And I come from a place of passion, and I come from a place of having my own hot mess story. So I want to kind of start with that. First of all, I just want to make sure you all can hear me, see me, and everyone can see my screen. Just like tech-wise, we're good, Kim? Okay, great. And let me get the chat going too. So welcome. I'm calling this kind of portion the Dating Secrets Decoded, how to attract love with sexy confidence. And we're gonna just talk a little bit about a lot. Obviously, like I do, what you're about to hear, like I do workshops on just like one of these topics. I'm gonna kind of try to cover as many topics as I think that really highlight, I think, some of the pain points, first of all, that came out of discussion last night, and also that are so common. But I really want to just kind of set the ground rules and our time together. So again, remove distractions. I know you've been doing this all weekend, but just as a reminder, so we can keep things moving and flowing, make sure you also put your name on the screen, because if we do any activities and you want to participate, I would love to see your name and show your face, and you'll have to also have a mic to do that. And allocate about 2 hours of the entire experience. We may go over a little bit more. Please let me know if you're gonna leave beforehand. You just kind of plop it in the chat. I do have a little gift at the end, so I want to make sure everybody knows about that. And again, a reminder about the camera. Right now, as I go through my PowerPoint, we'll just be using the chat feature. So I want you to get really interactive on the chat so we can have some discussion. And then again, if you haven't signed up for the VIP, we definitely are going to have some room for more activities at the end. And that's where we're going to be able to talk to one another more. And most importantly, have fun and be present. You're going to see there's a theme with me. It is all about fun. And yes, dating is fun. And I know a lot of you don't think dating's fun. So I want you to stop hating dating and really get into it. And please, I'd love for you to stay till the end. I have a kind of just a bonus for all of you if you want to kind of keep everything going. So again, my name is Kimmy Seltzer. I call myself an authentic dating strategist more than anything. I am a licensed therapist as well, but these days I'm calling myself a confidence therapist, and I'm an image consultant. I know that's kind of like a mouthful to say. I have a very holistic approach to this stuff, and you'll hear my story and why. But I love the word strategy because I feel like at our, age. I mean, I'm assuming most of us are over 21 and a lot of us are over 40. As life happens, a lot of us have done work on ourselves already, and we've developed habits along the way. And so that's why I like to look at dating as it's almost like a skill. So you're going to hear me talk a lot about skills, because just like work skills or anything that you learned, or parenting skills, at first, you don't know it. So how do you get to do it? You learn it, but then you practice it. But a lot of you don't know where to go, how to be, what to do, especially if you're dating in the second act. And that's what I call dating after 40. I call it the second act, because you are different. It is a different thing altogether. So we're going to talk about that. I also have been a matchmaker, believe it or not. I know it sounds like a mouthful, but honestly, I love the holistic approach. There is no cookie cutter approach out here. You might hear some things that totally land with you, and then there's going to be things that are like, Kimmy, this doesn't apply to me. And of course, right? We're all uniquely us, and we all have different roadblocks, and some of the roadblocks you may not even see. So I hope that at the end of our time together, you start having some awareness around this stuff. I mean, that's really the first point of entry where change happens, right? And it is being aware. So I've helped a lot of people. I've been doing this for a long time. You'll hear my story in a bit, but I have a unique approach. I work from the outside in, not the inside out, and you'll hear why. And I really focus on that first hit, that first impression. So much of what you've been hearing this weekend, and again, I'm a therapist, so I can say this, I believe the inside job is super important in doing the work. But if you don't also pay attention to the outside, the way that you market yourself, your messaging, the clothes that you wear, your body language, there's an incongruency, right? So people might not even get to know all the wonderful, juicy things about you inside if you're not marketing, you're not advertising yourself, and a lot of that could be fear. There's a lot of different reasons for that. So we'll talk about that as well. And so attraction is a big thing that you'll hear me talk about. Flirting is my jam. I do a lot of flirt workshops. And I've just done a lot, right? I just did a TEDx talk, and it's how marketing yourself attracts love and having that whole outside in approach. I also have a podcast. It's called the Charisma Quotient. It's the formula that I'm going to teach y'all tonight. or today, depending on where you are. And as you saw, I was on the Tamron Hall show with the Golden Bachelor. I'm obsessed, by the way, with Golden Bachelor, Later Daters. All of these shows are finally popping up about people who are dating later in life. 1 in 3 people, y'all, at least here in the US, over the age 40 are single. Like, think of that statistic. So you all are not alone. It's the most growing population, and we all also are living longer. We're living life different. And so I want you to have also some excitement around it because it can be a beautiful, beautiful stage in life. And I went through it. So here's my story. Enough of my professional stuff. I mean, and again, I feel like that my professional life was super important. Like, I can't imagine doing what I do without being a therapist. But when things really came together, when I went through it. So I'm a good girl from Chicago. Anyone else a Midwest person? Because you'll know. Okay. Oh, Britta, it's so funny. Oh, hey, Matthew and Cheryl. Yeah. And you'll get this reference, is that I lived the Midwest life. Like, I was very traditional. I practiced as a therapist for over 10 years. I had my cushy life. I had, the picket fence, the dog, the kids, the husband, as I joke, and you saw my media reel, I still have the kids. And what happened is that my family and I, we all picked up and we moved across the country to La La Land, as I call it, Los Angeles, where I am now. And we land here, and the minute that we got here, it was like we ended up doing what all the other people here in La La Land do, is we get a divorce. And I'm joking, obviously. It's just a funny thing to say, but I blame LA, but really, honestly, it just sped up the process of what was inevitable. And there I was, all alone in this new place with no friends, a single mom. By the way, my kids were 2.5 and 8 months. So just picture this, like, everything that I knew in a traditional sense, poof, went away in an instant. And I really didn't know how I was going to pick up the pieces. And what I ended up doing to heal myself is what I taught and I preached. I was a therapist, right? You do the work. Now, if anyone were to come to me at that period of time, I would have said, I mean, I was in no shape or form to be a therapist, right? Like, I was like, you think you have issues? Let me go on the couch for a second. And so I fell in this state of just deep depression and darkness. And I did the work. I went to therapy myself. I, tried to make new friendships. I did everything that, like, the books told me to do and that I was taught how to do as a therapist. But then people would come to me and they would say, Kimmy, so, I mean, you've been doing the work and it's been some time, maybe you want to put yourself out there. Are you thinking of dating? And I'd say, yeah, no, you know what? I'm just doing the work. Okay. 8 months later. So, Kimmy, I mean, come on now. Like, maybe you just want to go out, have a little fun, just go online or something like that. And I'd say, no, you know what? I'm really just doing the work. I'm just not ready. A year later, it's same that I kept saying I'm doing the work, doing the work. What was I doing though, really? I was rocking in a chair, listening to podcasts, doing the work and talking to death. And I fell in a state of analysis paralysis. Anyone else like relate to this a little bit? Well, and the thing is that to me, the work, and believe me, the work was super important. But there's a time where it became a rabbit hole, and the more time that went on, the harder it was to take action. So that's what I wasn't doing. I was learning about what to do, but I wasn't doing anything. So what changed my life and the trajectory of what I'm about to teach you all tonight is that I one day just woke up and I looked in the mirror. And y'all, I was horrified at what I saw. Like, this isn't me. I couldn't find a picture of me back then because it was before iPhones. I'm dating myself. I have a picture of me somewhere, but you get the point. I mean, I looked in the mirror and I was wearing all black, always. Maybe I had a splash of beige in my wardrobe. And I looked like this frumpy, frazzled mom. I still was wearing nursing bras. Like I wasn't nursing any longer. Like I was so stuck in my clothes, in my mindset that I could not move. And there, I don't know, there was something about me looking at myself and that moment, it kicked me in the butt. I was like, oh my God, what happened to me? So I decided to do something very untraditional is I went shopping therapy, right? Sounds really superficial, but I was like, woohoo, I'm gonna get some new clothes. I'll get vitalized because again, my clothes weren't fitting me too. I lost all this weight. The divorce diet is real, at least it was for me. And I just didn't see myself. I really lost my way. And so I go to the store and I think I'm up leveling myself, but no, what am I doing? I'm putting all black clothes in my arms again. I'm doing the same darn thing. I didn't even see it. And this personal shopper, she comes up to me and she says, "Ma'am, I've been watching you. And I really think you should try this on." And she holds up this red dress as bright as my top is. And I looked at her and I said, "That's really sweet of you, but that is not my color and that is not my size." She says, "Honey, that is your size, that is your color. Try it on." Boom, just like that. It was like she hit me over the head with that red dress, and I call it my red dress moment. And I hope that all of you, by the end of our time together, have a red dress moment. Matthew, you have a blue shirt moment, and you'll get my reference in a bit when I talk about style. It's the moment you stop numbing out. It's the moment you stop just thinking about things and you start moving and doing things. And so I did. I grabbed the red dress. I squeezed into it like Cinderella. I twirled around and bam, there I was, like in this like red dress. And I I was like, oh my gosh, I'm a princess. Like I just kept staring at myself. And I couldn't believe that that woman in front of me was the same woman just like 30 seconds before who looked like a hot mess. So I went from hot mess to red dress. And it was so instant that there was this like shift that went on in my body. It was like vicarious, like it was this visceral response. And so I said, wow, okay, I'm going to buy this dress and I'm going to do an experiment. And I bought the red dress, not really like thinking that it was me yet, but I did it as an experiment and I called it a costume. I was like, I'm gonna, just like Halloween, like when you put on a costume and you see other people doing it, all of a sudden they become that character, right? So I'm like, well, I'll just become that red dress vixen, right? So y'all, I did. Like I wore that red dress everywhere. I went to the coffee shops. I walked my dog in a red dress. Like I did everywhere. And guess what started happening? I'm sure you can guess. Men started checking me out and noticing me. And here's the kicker, and it really surprised me too. I didn't like it. Like that surprised me more than men checking me out. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this whole time I was wearing clothes as a black cloak to keep me invisible from men because deep down I was scared. I was scared of being seen. I was scared that I wasn't going to be good enough. Who would love a single mom? Blah, blah, blah. I had all the limiting beliefs, like just gremlins firing in my brain. And it wasn't until that red dress that I woke up. So I was scared of being seen. So that was the first thing that I had to work on. It wasn't enough to just do this inside job. It was that like symbiotic relationship between the outer and the inner that came with the confidence that was necessary for my journey. So that's when I realized and I flipped the script that the outside in makes more sense. So I started getting used to being seen and then I started loving it. And the very thing that I hated, like flirting and putting myself out there and being seen, I now teach and preach. But then I had a new problem. Then I had to talk to the aliens. It's like, okay, well, great. Now I'm feeling awesome and flirty. But then what do I say? And we were talking last night to some of you, and I talked about Can you imagine dating a therapist? Like I was the worst dater ever, okay? I got really deep too soon, too fast. I fell into like relationship mode. I put the men on the couch. And so one or two things happened. Either I attracted the fixer-uppers and narcissists because they loved me, right? Like all the focus was right on them and I kept them at an arm's length. Or I fell into like a friend zone and they just didn't feel the chemistry, because I wasn't flirting, right? I was their therapist. So unsexy. Anyway, I had to go through all of that. And then I really want to talk about tonight. And if you stay with me, because it's kind of a little bit towards the end of conversation hacks that are flirty and fun, that kind of move the needle, that convert conversations into dates. So the outside in approach was born. And of course, I'm a therapist and I believe that we're all different and our past is connected to the future and the choices we make, the patterns that get created. So it's so important when I work with clients that I understand people's journey. It's not enough to just say, okay, ladies, just twirl your hair and you'll be great. It's like, no, like, what scares you about twirling your hair? Where's this coming from? And understanding where this, all of this is connected. Because, and I do whole workshops on authentic dating and just like really looking at where things show up. We get really good at things when we're little and we get reinforced for it. So, like, if you're an over caretaker, for instance, and that was me. By the way, anyone else an over caretaker? Raise your hand or say hello. Yeah. And if you are, like, you got really good at that, probably when you were a child, because you had to, you were reinforced. Maybe you were a helper in some way. So it's like we just always default back to what we know and what we're confident in. So it's super important to understand that. I am very big on goal setting and setting like tangible things that you can do. It's not enough to just kind of talk in esoteric and woo woo, right? Like, and I can get woo, trust me, I can get woo, but I'm very tactical and practical in terms of strategy, because if you know that you could gain confidence by just doing different things, like I create dating plans for people, just like business plans. Because especially if you're dating in a second act, how the heck are you supposed to know where to go to meet people? You have to be intentional. You have to put in strategies. It's not enough that, oh, I'm calling in the one is going to knock on the door. Like, well, you gotta like at least have a roster who's going to start knocking on the door. And how do you get the roster, right? Like, you have to think about those things. And I do this with my Charisma Quotient formula, which I'm going to talk about. So enough about me. I like to kind of get a little conversational. And if you are in your 20s, forgive me, but I'm assuming that most of you are beyond. How is dating different? Just put in the chat, like what feels different now than when you were younger? It could be good, bad, just what's different? Oh, somebody was writing about Sigourney Weaver. Oh, that's hilarious. It's harder to find single men, finding a man. Yeah. Okay. Right. Because I mean, obviously, like we're not swimming in the same pool. Like when you're in your 20s, you're kind of like in a similar pool with all the people. A lot of people are single and you have more of an infrastructure of your social life, right? Oh, Barry says so much easier now. I love it. Love it, love it. Barry might have to share some secrets. Um, Fairly convinced that no one wants to be around stinky old men. Oh, well, you're not. If you think you're stinky, then just take a shower. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, and we're going to talk a little bit about like kind of those limiting beliefs. It's harder. Yvonne, I wonder what's harder about it for you. Ghosting is more common. That is real. Um, yeah, I mean, we're going to talk about some modern dating stuff, and everything that you're saying is true. Like I do these workshops in my sleep and I talk to people all over the country and all over the world, and there's universal like hardships that everyone's having. It's not just in your hometown, it's not just your age. Like it's different. So what complaints are you having about dating? I mean, Barry says it's easier than ever, but what sucks about dating right now? Like what do you hate about it? The online dating, I think everybody is there. Especially during COVID. I mean, that's all we had to rely on. And I got a lot of people into relationships during COVID, but we really had to be creative and do it virtually. Um, when I meet a man, they love me. It's just hard finding someone who meets my criteria. Oh, yeah, I've been hearing that. We talked about that last night. Narcissist magnet. Oh, that was me, by the way. I totally get you. I want to fix the man I go out with. Oh, Joyce. Yes. I wonder if are you in a helping profession of some sort? Oh, you're muted, but you can, we'll talk about that in a second. Okay, I'm a recovering love addiction, hard looking into a Christian man. Okay. Oh my God, this group is amazing, by the way. Small but mighty. This is how I like it because the more conversational we get and the more that you see that you're not alone, it also like really helps with some of the isolation that y'all might feel too. Oh, I'm an accountant. Miss Know-it-all, got it. Well, accountants have other issues. We'll talk about that in a second. You probably get in your head a lot too. Are you overanalyzer as well? Yeah. Okay, find many have not done any work following the divorce. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, been there, done that. I wonder if I'm asking for too much. Yeah, like expectations, right? Like navigating, what you're looking for, what you want. I always talk about, there's a metaphor that I use is like when you're younger, like I said, the dating pool was kind of it was plentiful, right? And maybe you were the fisherman, but the fisherman as you were the fisherman when you were younger, you weren't as experienced. But then the pool was vast. Like there were tons of fish that you could, select. And so you throw in your pole, you select one, and you think that that's the right fish for you. Well, then later in life, here's where like things get almost disconnected. And especially if you haven't dated. And we talked about this last night. For me, I was a relationship gal. Like I never just dated for the sake of dating. So I started dating as a relationship gal and I had like skewed expectations around that. And so what happens as the more experienced fisherman, you know who you are at least. You have maybe more mature values and things that you're looking for. But then you look in the pool and the pool looks different. It's like some fish have three eyes, some have a gill missing. It's like, oh my God, what happened to the pond? Because the last pond that you referenced was when you were in your 20s. So there's so much to kind of think about and navigate. And this is not to depress you, but just like, let's just get everything out on the table of the reality of it all, right? So this is the reality check, is that the dating world has changed. Absolutely. Like gone are the days where you had Bob across the way and Susie next door to select, and people gave themselves time to really cultivate a relationship. So, we didn't have the apps. Remember that device that we used to have that rotated and we actually picked it up and we talked to people? Like it was all different. And let's face it, men and women have changed. Never before have we seen so many women in the workforce and powerful women. I mean, CEOs of companies and entrepreneurs. And with that, and as beautiful as that is, well, now we have all this like masculine energy in women surfacing. And then men are also tapping into their feminine, which is a beautiful thing. But now it's like, oh my God, where does everyone fall? Right? Like that's another thing that starts shifting. And so we can't change, and this is my message to you. We cannot change the things around us, right? Like we can't change the world that we live in. We can't change the age that we're at. There's certain things we have some control over, but all we can do is look at us and say, okay, what do I need to do to change the result? And that to me is where the empowerment is. And I want you all to like really recognize that you all have the power to change the story of where you're at right now. But it does take a little intention, right? So I'm just guessing because this is a lot of people who I work with. You might feel like maybe you're more of an introvert. And so it's hard to put yourself out there. Any introverts in the house? Joyce, I love you. You're so, um, Maybe your body confidence is holding you back. We talked about that a lot too last night. I don't know if Michelle's here again. No, your body has shifted as you got older. It's not what it used to be. That could be affecting you. Maybe you feel rusty and dusty, at the dating game, or maybe you never did it and you don't know how. And also, it's like, oh my gosh, I can't go to a bar and flirt. Like, I'm beyond that. How do I get approached? Or if you're a man, how do I approach without seeming creepy, especially in this Me Too world, right? Like, ladies, you have to know this. Men are scared to death right now of us. Matthew, right? True or true? Like, it's real. And so what's happening and we'll talk about this approachability factor is that I want you all to know that both men and women have responsibility and approachability. It's not just the man's job to go up to a woman. It is also the woman's job to drop the hanky and say, I am open for business, And so what are you doing to invite the masculine into your feminine, beautiful self, And on that note, maybe you don't know how to flirt, or it's been a while, or, oh gosh, Kimmy, I can't do that. I'm too old. And you don't know where to find the men, where to find the women. You all alluded to that in the chat. And you're ready, but maybe you don't know where to start. So let's go over some myths that you all might be having. Myth number one is that you might think that you're too old to date. Like you just want to skip it all and go right to the boyfriend. Like you're like, I don't want to waste time. Like I've been there, done that. This is frivolous, that kind of thing. Or you just feel like you're too old. I just want a relationship. Maybe myth number two, flirting is for younger people. If you're a guy, I don't want to be creepy. If you're a woman, I don't want to look awkward, or I don't want to give the wrong signal. So here's the thing that women, we're scared of giving off the signal and then being taken advantage of. And if you have been through trauma or abuse in the past, of course it's going to be scary. The implications of it all. Myth number three, if you have kids, I can't date with kids. I'm busy with the kids. Who would love a mom or a dad? Here's one I hear all the time. If you're a man, the men think, oh, all older women are bitter and drama queens. I hear that a lot. Okay, and by the way, I work with both men and women, so this is just what you all are telling me. And women, older men are all emotionally unavailable or assholes. Okay, so everyone's kind of complaining about each other. And myth number five is, where are they? There's nowhere to go to meet quality prospects. This has come up last night. It's coming up again today. I want to give you all hope that your man, your woman they're everywhere. You just have to shift a few things, and we're going to talk about that. They could be at the grocery store this afternoon or tonight, but if you're not looking for it, you're not going to find it. So I want to know, which myth do you all believe? Like, it could be all of them, but put in the chat. I just want to see, like, am I striking something that, okay, maybe there's a limiting belief here around all of this stuff. And if you don't think of any of these, that's fine too. Quality men are missing. Yeah. Where are they? Yeah, you guys have been saying that. That one's a popular one, number 5. Anyone else? None of these, Kimberly. You're funny. Number 5. Okay. See, and the more you drop things in the chat, I'm going to know how to talk to y'all. So like, please, like, as best as you can. And if you want to keep it to yourself, totally cool. But again, the more we chat, the more I can help. I might go with number 1. Okay. Okay. Where are they? Yeah. Everyone's, what's yours? Kim, they want to know, Kimberly, your status and why you don't think any of these things are true.
Yeah, truly. I don't believe any of them are true. Like I'm good. I don't think I'm too old. I think flirting is awesome. I can date with kids. I don't think women are bitter, and I don't think men are emotionally unavailable.
Awesome.
So
well, that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, like I said, we're all in different ages and stages with all of this stuff. And the better you get at dating and the more you embrace it and love it, these myths just go away too. That's the beauty of it all. I remember when I was first divorced, I had a lot of these myths, but as I got better, you build resilience of it all and you also come into your own. So that's beautiful, Kimberly. All right, here's some bad dating habits that I see. So let's talk about habits that you all might be falling into. I want to get all of this out on the table just so I see where you guys are at, but also how you overcome them. So one thing that I see a lot is that you just don't have a dating mindset and you're outcome oriented. We talked about this last night where you might be like going on dates and you have your checklist and your checklist is so long. And if there's one little thing that's kind of off, you're out of there or you swipe left. Like you're vetting so hard. You're worried about the boyfriend or like, could this be my person, you know? And so you're not present. You're not enjoying the energy of just meeting people in the beginning stages. We talked about this last night too. Like if you're in the beginning stages, like thinking of dating not as a jungle, but as a playground where you get to have a ton of play dates and you get to see like who you want to move on with and who you don't, it becomes a lot easier. All right, habit number 2, I see a lot of people fall into. You're stuck in your comfort clothing and you lack a sexy style or image. You're going to see a lot of before and after pictures because it's my jam. And you might think you have some fabulous clothes, but are they clothes that the opposite sex finds you sexy in? So we'll talk about dating costume. Another habit I see people fall into is that you become reclusive and maybe your social muscle has been atrophied, or if you're more like leaning towards introvert, your battery gets drained a lot. Like the thought of just like going out and doing the small talk, just like it's like, oh my God, you just don't want to do it, right? And that can be hard with dating because it requires being social. And we'll talk about ways around that. And another habit I see people have is that, oh my God, and this is so common. Your conversations online and off are like a LinkedIn exchange, y'all. Like, and I see it. Like I'll never forget, I was working with this woman and like I like to go under the hood and I was into her Bumble account and I was just looking at her conversation. She's like, well, I never get asked out. I'm so done with this. I'm like, well, let me see your conversations. I was bored just reading them. I can't imagine what the guy must have been thinking. I said, well, no wonder they're not asking you out. Like, there's nothing fun or flirty about this. Like, it was just like ping pong back and forth. Like, where were you the night of? And like, how was your weekend? Or like all these like boring Q&A things. And this is a big mistake that a lot of people make rather than being fun and flirty that creates spark. And bad dating habit number 5 is you're too serious. Not just on dates, but also with your mindset. Joyce, you and I talked about this last night. Like if dating or flirting, just you have like maybe an association with that word for whatever reason, then it gets to be like really serious when you're thinking about it. And if your mindset is around that and you're scared of flirting, you don't know how, then no wonder dating burnout happens or that you hate it. So, any of these habits that you're falling into, I'd love to see like any of these resonate with you all. And if not, put in the chat maybe some other things that didn't get brought up. I'm just saying these are common things that I see with a lot of people. Okay, 3. Reclusive. Okay, so that's a popular one. Yep. Sentenced to death for flirting. Oh, Matthew. Okay, 5 and 4, conversation. Yeah, yeah. The seriousness of it all. I used to attach too quickly, looking forward to serial dating and having fun. Woo, Kimberly, love it. Yep. All. Yep. Yvonne, love that. So again, this is all just to help you because maybe there's things that you just haven't thought of or why things might not be working. But what I want to share with you now that we got all of that on the table is that, again, if you knew that you could change just a few things that would get a different result, would you do it? And if so, I would love for you, I want to see how motivated you are. Just drop a 1 in the comment section if you're motivated. Like, are you committed to at least shifting or changing one thing that you might hear tonight or about yourself? Okay, awesome. Because see, this is all we have control over. We don't have control over anybody else but ourselves. And remember, you're only 50% of the equation, right? Like the people you're going on dates with or you're struggling with, like they might need coaching and they need this stuff too. So all you can do is bring it with you and not worry about what other people think or feel. This is about you. And it's not until you see that's when things start happening. All right. So how do you do this? We do this with something that I call the MAP method. And what that is, it's changing your mindset, it's changing your approach with action, and it's perception. Y'all know the movie Matrix, right? I like looking at the world as almost a dating matrix. It's almost putting on a different pair of goggles where you're walking through the same world, but maybe suddenly you start seeing something different because of the awareness state that you're in. I want to share a really powerful story with you. And I always share it because, I mean, it's almost like, it feels almost like a made up story, but it was a woman who called me up. This was a few years ago, and she lived up in Montreal. And she said, Kimmy, I'm at my wit's end. I have scoured the earth. I have dated, I think, almost every guy online. There are no quality men. They're not my tribe. I don't know where to go. I've done everything. I've hired other coaches, but I heard that you're the best and that you can help me help. And you know what I said to her? And first of all, no pressure, right? Like I was like the omniscient one. I said, honestly, I don't think I can help you. And she's like, what? I said, yeah, I don't think I can help you. I said, as long as you believe that there are no good men and that there's no men left, then I believe that you believe that that's true. And I can't do anything about that. And so she just kind of paused on the other end of the line. I said, however, if you're willing to take a look at yourself and know that there might be a few things that you need to shift in order to create a difference in this part of your life, then yeah, maybe I can help. She's like, okay. So she gives me her credit card. We start working together. I said, great. I always give my clients homework, by the way, because again, I'm all about the tangible things. It's not just talking about it. I said, before our first call, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to walk to work, because you walk to work. And I just want you to start looking around and notice men who are noticing you. And if a man is checking you out, I want you to hold the gaze and just like hold the space for him. She's like, yeah, but I do that all the time. And I look around. I said, I know what you're telling me. Just do it. Okay. And I'll talk to you in a week. We get on our first call and she says to me, Kimmy, do you have a voodoo doll? I said, no, I don't have a voodoo doll. What happened? She's like, I cannot believe, you're not going to believe this story. I said, what happened? She's like, well, I did what you said. So I took the blinders off. I opened myself up. I was smiling. I looked around and I noticed this really handsome guy sitting on a bench. And we kind of locked eyes. And before we knew it, I'm like, he summoned me over and we're talking, right? And we're having a great conversation. He asked for my number. And Kimmy, we already went out on a date. And Kimmy, I really like him. That guy ended up being her long-term boyfriend. I can't make this up. Now, did I have a voodoo doll? Did I have like woo-woo juju that I sprinkled on her? No, it was all her. But she had to change her mindset, her approach, and her perspective in order to see that guy. Now, we had a lot of other work to do because there was some self-sabotaging stuff that she was about to do. But she worked through it with this guy and she was just ready. She was ready. So again, looking at things that could be a little bit different. So As I alluded to before, I use this formula called the Charisma Quotient formula, and I'll explain what this is. So, why charisma? Right? Like, it probably feels a little like superficial. It's like, oh, just be charismatic and I'll call in the one, you know? But again, it starts with what I love about charisma is that it's a compelling like magnetism that just draws people to you, right? And that aura is so powerful that it can like hold people's attention that can then connect to people to move on and do all the other things that I teach you. But that magnetism is huge. And what's so cool about charisma is that research shows that you're not born with it. And that means I can teach it. And believe me, I've taught it, and it doesn't discriminate with age. I've taught an 85-year-old woman to sit at a bar and she picked up a guy, I kid you not, all the way down to like, you know, people in their 20s, and they have their own struggles, by the way. They don't have the social skills or even know what flirting is. So it's like every decade has a little bit different challenges, but you can learn charisma at any time, any place, just like you can learn flirting, just like you can like learn dating. These are all skill based, and that's what makes it very exciting to me because I've seen it. And you're going to hear me talk about a lot of people who shifted in a small amount of time when they learn this stuff. So here's my system. We're going to go through the different pillars, and as we go through the different pillars, I'm going to hover in each one. And if we have time, we might do little exercises along the way. We're a small enough group that maybe we could do it. Not everybody's camera is on, so I might be limited in what I can do, but let's get into it. So there are three pillars: style intelligence, emotional intelligence, and social intelligence. And all of that relates to people's confidence. Okay. So I'm curious, how do you all define confidence? Like when you hear that word, or like just be more confident in date, like what does that mean to you? So just put it in the chat. Experience. Oh, Brenda, you cheated, or how did you know that? You're awesome. I love that. Yeah, Brenda's on to something. Relaxed and confident, but not arrogant, comfortable in your skin, self-worth. Oh, Michelle, good to see you again. I didn't know if you were here. Be yourself, feel bold, self-esteem. Love this. Okay, good. So observation, I can tell you're a very like deep group. And of course, Eden would attract you like deep souls. That's why I love working with people because because you already like I feel like a lot of you have done the work and you like appreciate that. So a lot of you are defining confidence that have to do with within, right? And that's spot on. Absolutely. All of the things that you're talking about, like, you know, awareness of the inner self and the self-consciousness and the self-worth and self-esteem, that is all part of confidence. And actually, those are symptoms of what a confident person might look like or feel like, right? But as Brenda said, I'm very simple in the way that I look at confidence. Confidence is just experience. That's it. I don't believe there's one person in this room that's not confident. It's just that there may be areas that we're touching upon tonight where you don't feel confident. Like you might be the best flirt and that's not your problem. And you might love dating. Awesome. But maybe you need a little like updo in your wardrobe, or maybe you need to do some work on your body language because your resting bitch face is not serving you, right? Like, and you're not aware of it, right? So there's all these kind of things that might be firing. But the reason why this is important is like, think about how you got good at anything in your life. Like, I'm sure a lot of you have worked your first day on the job, like you didn't feel confident. How did you get it? Well, you kept going and you practice it until now you can do it with your eyes closed. Well, dating and flirting and all this that we're talking about is no different. So how do you get more confident? You do it. Now, here's the thing. You all were actually talking about only one area of confidence. None of you touched upon the other areas. So this is good. That means I can teach some juicy things tonight. You all touched upon the inner. Got it. I'm not even gonna like probably even spend much time on that one because the other areas are, again, probably things that you haven't thought about. There is external and body confidence. Now, that encompasses a lot of different things, and I'll tell you what that is, but it has to do with the outside of us, right? Like how we appear, how we come across, our energy. And the third is your social. So social confidence, outer confidence, and inner confidence, and they all coordinate with the charisma quotient. So let's talk about the outer confidence, okay? Outer confidence, it's just like marketing. And I get a lot of pushback sometimes, and until I get through this, and then people are like, okay, I get it, is that I want you to hear me. This is not changing who you are. It's about marketing yourself so that somebody gets to know who you are and putting the best version of you out there. Otherwise, opportunities are going to pass you by. So, you know, like I worked with a woman who had an amazing wardrobe, and she's like, that's not my issue. I worked with a stylist. I have awesome, fabulous clothes. But then when I looked at all her clothes, they weren't clothes that men would like, and they weren't flattering in ways of her sexy body. So sometimes what we think how we come across isn't truly maybe what other people see. So it's really powerful, and I'll show you some examples of that. And the other thing that I want to say, because a lot of, especially women, will say this to me, like, if a man doesn't like me for me, then F him, right? Like, forget him. Like, I just want a man. Again, it's not about that. A man, of course, will love all the juiciness of you. But as Barry, you were alluding last night, I don't know if he's still here, it's how that energy and the attraction and how two people feel in that initial hit. Like, there's plenty of time to get to know each other and that deeper part of each other in a relationship. What we're talking about is how we show up in life with each other. So your style IQ, which is the first part of the charisma quotient or the outer confidence, it's the ability to present yourself in that attractive way that reflects the real you, but maybe a sexier version of you. It's your presentation, it's your right clothes for your body, it's the signals that you send, your body language, your first impression, your body image. We talked about that last night. Like if you're not feeling comfortable in your body, I don't care like how good your clothes are. I don't care like how much inner work you've done. I don't care how good a dater you are. If you're not feeling it, it's a killer. There was some statistic out there, I think it was from Bumble or one of the apps that interviewed all these women, and it was like overpowering, like 60% amount of women said that they would actually cancel or not go out on a date if they weren't feeling good in their body. That, and it's not superficial, like that's real, you know, and it's something to like really think about for yourself if that's a barrier. And of course, the sex appeal. There is a difference, y'all, between being friendly and being flirty. You might be a great conversationalist, you might be social, you might have a lot of friends, but are you giving signal that you're dateable? So you might be getting caught in the friend zone, even with the way that you carry yourself, right? So these are all really interesting things. Just some quick stats. There's a study done on Tinder, and they found that being well-dressed increases your chance of being matched 450%. That's crazy, right? Another study found that you can increase your dating success by 55% just based on the clothes you wear. See, this is not to depress you. This should excite you. Like if you just knew that there were a few tweaks in the way that you present yourself that could get ROI with your wardrobe, like why wouldn't you do it? Like this is exciting. And 93% of communication is nonverbal. So what you say isn't even as important as how you come across. I will have clients come back and they'll say, you know, I didn't feel the chemistry, or they'll get feedback that the person didn't feel chemistry from them. 9 times out of 10, there wasn't the body language that indicated the attraction. It may have not even been the words that were exchanged, but it was the like exchange of energy that didn't happen. So think about that for yourself. Are you scared? Are you formal? Are you tense? Like, are you leaning back? Like, what are the signals that you're sending? So you're about to see a bunch of makeovers. I just want to show you the power of how this could be just a catapult into the other parts of your life. Again, this isn't just like, oh, just fix this and you'll be fine, right? Like you're going to find yourself in pieces of the puzzle of all these different areas. So what you portray on the outside sometimes leaks to how people see you on the inside. This was one of my very first makeovers. I've been doing this for a long time, y'all, like over 16 years, you know, and then before that, I was like a therapist for 10 years. And this is when I saw the power of it. Now, a matchmaker came to me and she gave me this lovely woman. She's like, I love this woman so much. And no man will give her the time of day. She is amazing. She is so ready for a relationship. She has this like heart of gold, but men aren't giving her a chance. And so she knew that she needed help with her wardrobe and also like her flirt skills and her presentation. So yeah, and Michelle, right, like, and she knew that she had some masculine energy with the way that she was presenting herself, even just in her clothes. So we went shopping and this happened. Now, again, this was like years ago, but you can see just the difference, right? And you better believe when we put these pictures up, you know, on her profile, she got matched left and right, and then she eventually met her boyfriend. Well, there wasn't a congruency with who she was, with how she was presenting. So we had to just merge the two so that opportunity would happen. This is why first impressions, I'm kind of hovering here at first as we get into the other dating skills, is that do you know that it only takes 7 seconds now to make a first impression? That's all we got. People make judgments and assumptions so fast. It used to be 30 seconds years ago. Now with like, you know, technology and Bumble and all the stuff that's happening, we are making like we're rapid firing our judgments on people. So I do dating retreats. I've one in November, by the way, if anyone's interested. And everybody says it. Like when they walk into the room, everybody kind of sees each other as maybe like, oh, they're not my type or blah, blah. And then at the end, everybody suddenly sees each other different, right? And we all know this as humans that like as you get to know each other, we see beautiful like sides of people. Sometimes we see ugly sides. Some people can present beautiful and be ugly inside as well. But it doesn't matter. First impression is a first impression. So to me, why not get rid of some of these barriers, knowing that if you could change a few things? Now, what happens in the brain when you're making a first impression, again, this is research based. This is not me like being, oh, La La Land girl image consultant. It's just, this is what they found, what happens when we make a judgment call. People make judgments and assumptions, one, on the clothes that you wear. So like think about what you're putting on your body. Always go out looking your best, even when you're going to the market. You don't know who you can meet. And the second thing is your attitude. So people are attracted to happy, confident, relaxed people. People are not attracted to arrogant, gloomy, tense, and angry people. Now, you might say, okay, Kimmy, I didn't like come to this weekend to learn something I already could figure out, right? I can't tell you how many times, like, I always joke, I'm kind of like Hitch meets What Not to Wear, right? And I go out with people and I help people flirt and interact and meet each other. And I cannot tell you how many times I see the resting bitch face. And by the way, it's not just women. Men have it too. I call it the resting grimace face. And people think they're wildly open and approachable, but that's not what's written on your face. And so like thinking about that, or maybe you're scared to make eye contact, or maybe you're worried about, you know, just that connection, but how powerful that is. And if you got rid of some of those barriers, how many people you might meet. Oh, and the negativity too. So like that client that I shared with you on that story, she was such in a negative state, right? Like there's no good men out there. There's no quality people out there. There's no, 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 no. That negativity leaked. It leaked in her body language. It leaked in her tonality. It leaked in the way that she spoke. And there's nothing sexy about that. So be careful if you're in that state of negativity, how that might be coming across to people and how it's blocking love for you. You know, it's super powerful. Do you know there was a study done? A matchmaker did a study on all these women who went out with these like amazing men. And the women were successful, did work, beautiful, and they kept not getting asked back out on a date. And so she took it upon herself to do a longitudinal study of like why this was happening. And she interviewed all these guys. And guess what? The number one thing they said, it wasn't about like maybe the things that you're thinking about. The one thing they said is that there was one point in the date where the woman said something that was negative. And that's what they remembered. And that is why they didn't go out. So, like, you could be like a ball of sunshine and then have like one little kind of negativity and it could like break the deal. So just think about that for yourself, you know, and you might not even be aware of it. All right, we're going to do a little exercise. What do you think she does for a living? Quickly, you got 7 seconds. Put it in the chat. What do you think she does? Accounting, Brenda, librarian, teacher, librarian, teacher. Yep. Okay, and I do this all like I show this all the time. Everybody, well, Michelle, of course you don't have any idea. We're just playing a guessing game. But if you were to guess, what would it be? Court stenographer, CEO, CFO, something professional. Okay, awesome, awesome. All right, cool. And it's so funny because everybody usually guesses accountant, librarian. I don't have to say it all, but there's an association. So why? Why did you say what you said? What are you reading on her that says accountant, librarian, professional? Serious. Yep. What else? Eyeglasses, closed up, introvert. Kimberly, why do you think she's an introvert? What are you noticing? Because we don't know that, right? She looks professional, but not fun and flirty. No frills, bookish, hair pulled back, glasses, clothes, dark clothes, understated. Okay, bingo, right. So you just proved what I was saying about first impressions, right? You all just judged her based on her one, her looks and what she's wearing, and two, the attitude that she has. We all do this. And I will go so far to say, ladies, we're worse than men. Like we give men a really bad rap for being so visual and superficial. I'm sorry. We are way worse. Like we'll look at one thing, and I have a workshop where I do like pictures of profiles. I mean, if women could throw tomatoes at the screen, they were doing that with these poor men who just needed a little help with their image. But again, the picture and your like even just like picture that you portray on the outside as you walk into a room, you're only as good as your worst picture and you're only as good as that first impression. So people don't know like other facets of you. So she's not any of the things that you said, by the way. This is a woman who I had the privilege of shopping with. I think there were 10 ladies, and we shopped together and we had to get outfits for their new website and they were working on branding and image. Well, she also so happened to be single as well. She was also wanting to learn how to network and she was an introvert, Kimberly, so you're right, but she wanted to, you know, have a little bit of help and encouraging her to know how to like put herself out there. So I go shopping with all these ladies and everybody got a dress except her. And I couldn't find her. And I saw her in the corner and she's bawling, bawling, just crying her eyes out. And I said, "What's up?" And she's like, "I don't know why I'm here. This is like, you know, junior high all over again. I'm the ugly duckling. I'm the one that doesn't get asked out to the dance. And I'm the one that can't wear a dress. I never could wear a dress." And I gave her a hug and then a little bit of tough love. And I said, "What if I told you this has nothing to do with you, but it actually has to do with your brand. And these like dresses in this particular store, they're just not fitting you. So let's go to a brand that fits you. So she gave me a little more time. We go across the street and she goes in the dressing room and this happens. And she comes out crying again, but it was like tears of joy. And she's like, "Oh my gosh, I never thought that I could wear a dress." And you better believe that when she went out in the world and she put these pictures up on her web and she started networking, like things just all started changing. She got a boyfriend, she started getting business, and I'm telling you all this not to say just wave a magic wand, change your clothes, and you'll change your love life. It's a catapult into other areas. Are you all getting this? And you all see, also notice in a lot of my before and after pictures, the body shifts that are changing, the body signals, and you can see the radiance. So let's get into what men find sexy. And who else? So we have Matthew. Did Barry hop off? I'm not sure if there's any other men. And
We
I
have
always
some
like
more men. We have Matthew. There was Barry. I saw Gavin.
Okay, awesome. So I was gonna say, like, please chime in, and if you want to add anything in the chat. But these are kind of the things what men tell me. This is she used to call herself Plain Jane, and she's cute. Like, there's nothing wrong with her. She's adorable, but she wasn't putting her sexy self out there. And you could still be casual, but in a sexy way. And this casual look just wasn't serving her, and so she was putting this kind of look online. And when she would go to events and out into the world, she was just kind of dressing like this until this happened. Now we see a sexier side to her. Now we see a little peekaboo back here, little subtle things that showed a sexy side to her. So what you think about in terms of what a sexy style is, it's appearing a little mysterious, playing up your feminine, and really being approachable with your look. Going for subtlety, not overdoing the makeup, um, loud patterns. I hate to break it to you ladies, but most men don't like loud patterns. We tend to wear patterns for each other. But that's a whole other rabbit hole I won't go into. Just think feminine. They love dresses, heels, flowing hair. I know we were talking about heels last night. Obviously, if you can't wear heels, I mean, I have to wear the chunky heels, and gone are the days of the stilettos. But things that kind of give you a little lift. And any lady who is not thinking they can wear heels, definitely talk to me, because there's a lot of alternatives. But it's being intentional and really, like, these things men notice. Nice nails, paying attention to your hygiene, all of that stuff. But more importantly, wearing things that make you feel sensual, you feel sexy. I always tell my ladies to put on sexy underwear when they go on a first date. Not that the guy will see it unless you want to, and that's up to you. But you know what you got going on under there, right? Like, this is about you. And when you're feeling it, the men feel it from you too. Have fun with lace, camisoles, a little bit of leather. Do you have an edge to you? Like we talked about last night, like you might have dresses and you're fine wearing dresses, but are they sexy? Do you have a little bit of that, like, sprinkle of edge to you? And leave something for the imagination. Sexy isn't about falling out of your dress, right, Matthew? Like, I mean, that's a different kind of sexy, right? Like, but for the most part, it's about subtlety. And like that dress that I showed you that Jane had, there was a little peekaboo at the back. If you saw the front, it was all covered. But that little peekaboo it's almost like foreplay. It's like, well, what else does she got? It's simple, but understated elegance. Now, you all may have a different sense of style. And again, I do a lot of virtual makeovers if you can't come to LA to do a makeover. But it's really understanding your body type and all the things that go into it, but also what men and women like. This is a woman, she came from Australia to work with me, and she used to tell everybody that she was the ugly duckling and that her two sisters were the beautiful ones. So I had to tell her, you can be, because she's like, I'm the smart one. I'm not the pretty one. I'm like, you realize you can be smart and pretty, and you are. But she just wasn't marketing herself that way. And I basically turned her into a monster because she went back home and she was like flirting up a storm. It wasn't enough to talk about it. She had to feel it. I could have sat down with her and had like all this cognitive therapy and like, tell me about your child. She didn't need that. She needed to experience it and see it in the mirror. All right, now let's talk about men. We don't want to leave out the men. Here's Frank. All right, ladies, let's come clean. Would you give Frank a chance? Like if you just saw him online and you were like, oh, see, Joyce is already. Layla says no. I'm telling you, we are visual too. Layla, I love it. Anybody else? Would anybody like say yes to Frank? I'm just curious. Oh, Michelle said if you were younger. Well, okay. Cute but not sophisticated. I think he's cute. He is cute. He's actually really cute. But yeah, there's a certain message that is happening with his clothes. Now he actually lost a lot of weight. And men, I love you who are on here or who are watching the replay of this, but men often don't think about how important clothes are for women, right? Like, ladies, there's nothing sexier than when a man shows up well put together, right? Like, it means that you care. It means that you enjoy that sex appeal, and we notice. Like, it really can make a difference in attraction. Joyce said she would. He needs different shoes. Well, right, like all of the above, right? So again, whether he's your flavor or not, it doesn't really matter. You all are just kind of making judgment calls on him. But we did go shopping and this happened. And I will say, when he got a new improved look, his life completely changed. Now, he looks a lot bigger in the before picture. He actually was the same weight. This was taken like hours apart from each other. He just was still wearing the big clothes and he was hiding. And look at his body confidence too. Like, that's the other thing that shifted, was his attitude. And that was super attractive. I put this up on Facebook and all these women were hitting me up. Is he still available? Is he still available? So again, yeah, he is cute, Michelle, right? Like, and so this again, he's just extracting that cuteness and highlights it. So men, here's what ladies like. And again, I do all like whole workshops on this, but just to touch upon it, we like a little mystery and edge. We like a masculine kind of energy, and approachability is huge, right? Like, having up-to-date hair and clothes that suits your personality and sex appeal is something we don't ask for much. You don't have to worry about the makeup and the jewelry. Well, some jewelry is cool for men, but pay attention to hygiene, clip the nose hairs, like trim the nails. Like, when I was a matchmaker, I can't tell you how many times like women would come back to me and they'd be like, he was a nice guy, he was great, but I just can't do it. I can't do it. His fingernails, I can't do it. Like we do that, right, ladies? Like, we'll see like one thing that's a turn off, but it's an easy tweak. Layered looks, put some edge into your looks, and wear clothes that fit your body. Oh, I don't know why this is twice. Oops, I have a double oop. So I just want to show you some before and after pictures. Oops. Like, look at this guy. You know what was so interesting is that he was a CEO of this huge company. He was a billionaire. Now, in that before picture, you would never know it. And he was not getting dates at all, at all. And again, it's not showcasing it's not that. It's showing the success in your own skin. Like, it's owning yourself. And he was hiding himself with his body language, his confidence, and it just wasn't sexy. And with this woman, oh, Joyce, you'll like this. She was an accountant. And she, again, wasn't getting much dates until and you see, I kept her casual. Like, do you see, this is an example of a casual look that's still sexy. But the blue jacket, like leather jackets, I always put on men and women, and it's super amazing. Okay, so as you think about it with like the sex appeal part of your clothes, dress in a way that makes you feel confident, and think of it as your dating costume, like Superman and Wonder Woman. Like before a date, never go from work or sitting on your computer right to a date. Be intentional. Have that outfit picked out, because when you change your look, you change your energy with it. Okay, so let's be real. How many of you need to do a little bit of a focus on here? So put a 1 if you're like, my style really sucks, I really need help, and a 10, Kimmy, I'm good. Like, I don't know, I got it going on. Like, where do you fall? Like, rate yourself. Oh, Matthew, I got you. I got you. 5, 9, 8, 3, 7, 5. Yeah, and there's always room for improvement, right? Like we all do. Even, I mean, I enjoy always updating my look and keeping relevant. Sometimes we get complacent with our look. And sometimes we might have a good look, but we just get lazy, right? Like we just don't put it on. Like maybe you don't put on a great outfit to go to the grocery store with, when knowing full well you could actually meet somebody. By the way, you don't have to wear a red dress to the grocery store. Okay. I'm giving you, men still like, like maybe cute little jeans and a top, but look intentional with your casual look. Okay. But it helps. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. If any of you are interested, I do have a free style guide on my website. It's free. It's just basically, it will help you. I have a man's fashion manifesto for men and a body guide for women. And you just go to kimmyseltzer.com, which is my website, /style. And ladies, it just goes through like how you can measure yourself to know what body type you have and what clothes flatter that body type. It's a great way to just kind of do a wardrobe audit, even for some of you who think that you have a great wardrobe. I invite you to just take a look at it and see if you're like, on track. And so for men, I do go into hygiene, and it's a little bit more simple, but I do go over some like style hacks for men when it comes to dating as well. All right. So that was the first, right? So I said in that first impression, we have the style. Now let's move over to body language. How are y'all feeling? Are you with me? Give me some energy. Give me some love. Go woot, woot, woot. Okay, I know. How are we doing on time, Kimberly? My timekeeper. I don't even know like
I
what
always
time.
have to find the audio button. It is 12:38. Trying to go in your time. So we're at 12:38.
Oh, 12:38. Oh, okay. Okay. So I have you for another 45.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, good. All right. Because I was gonna see if I had time to do a little style audit. Would you all enjoy that? Would you like to do a little style audit on somebody, a volunteer? Just to be a little, okay, okay, good. All right. Awesome. Oh, Michelle, raise your hand. Okay, okay, hold on. All right. Let's do this because it does get a little boring just like kind of talking about it. Kimberly, so Michelle, you're willing to volunteer?
Yes. Well, maybe. What do we? What does it require of me?
Only if you have like light and camera where you can kind of show what you're wearing, or would you be able to?
Oh, I'm just in shorts and a t-shirt now. I mean, what is it that you want? I mean, I'd love to volunteer. What is it you need me to do?
Yeah, just like kind of, well, if we have time, maybe I can hit you because you're a VIP, right? Maybe at the
Yeah.
end,
Okay.
I can do an audit on you. Joyce is jonesing. I see all your things. Okay, so Joyce B, let's do an audit on her. Kimberly, can we pin her so that everyone can see her? Okay, does everyone see Joyce? Oh, Joyce, you're
Take off
beautiful.
my audio now.
And
Oh
if
my
you want
God.
to see
Yeah,
Kimmy and Joyce
So let's see,
together,
how do I do this with the computer? Let's see.
Yeah, is there a way that we could like, I don't know, yeah, put you so that we could kind of see, and then you could back up. We could kind of
Does
see
that
what you're
work?
wearing. Ah, okay.
So in fact, I just had an online date. I had a Zoom date just before. So I've got on light. I've got light.
And
I
Kimmy, we just need to remove your screen share really quick.
Oh, okay. Let me.
And everybody, if you want to see
Okay,
Kimmy
there we
and
go.
Here we
Joyce
go.
together, just change your view to gallery or
Should I
to
turn the
speaker
computer
view.
back?
Okay, there you go. Okay,
All
so
right,
awesome. Okay, so this is perfect because she
let
just
me
went
go
on
back
a
because
Zoom date.
I've got a new computer, which is a new Zoom, so it should be pretty sophisticated. I'm going to take this wording thing off. Oh, this is so much fun. Okay,
And thanks for playing, by the way. It is
so
fun.
let's see. I
So
have
this is what,
yeah,
and is it a dress that you're
it's
wearing?
a dress,
Okay.
and it's a silk dress. See,
Awesome. Wow. Okay. Well, first of all,
I didn't want to overdo it with the jeweler, but I've got on these nice
yes.
sparkly earrings, and I have a necklace
Yes.
with it, but I was online. It was an online first date, and I thought I'll just keep
Y-
it kind of subtle. All right.
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
first, yeah. Okay. So I'm just gonna do like
Nice.
laser thing, and again,
Sure.
these are just things I'm used to doing, more live stuff, or sometimes I'll do like live makeovers and I'll take things from the audience and like, kind of mix and match, and it's super fun. So first of all, it was interesting what you said is that you said you want to keep it a little like subdued, or what was the word you used?
Yeah, I just wanted to be a little bit understated, so I didn't put on the gold necklace that goes with this. But if I'd been going out, I would have. But because I was online,
Got it. Okay,
so
so but when you're going out, you would kind of maybe do a little more bling, and that so
yeah.
here's the thing. There's always like a balancing act between, how much is too much or how much is not enough. And, everybody is different. I want to start out with just huge, huge compliments. Like, you're stunning. Like, you're gorgeous. Like, right, y'all? Like, isn't she beautiful? Like, just like your skin is beautiful. I don't know how old you are, but you just are radiating like,
Tell anybody.
yeah, no, you don't have to. Yeah. No, I'm just saying like you radiate like a youthful energy, what in the way that, you are coming across. I adore the cut of your dress. So I just want to make note like she has these beautiful boobs. I'm just going to call it out. And the dress is really like a great cut for her shape and her boobs. But the dress itself, I can't see right below. Is it above
Oh,
the knee or below?
it's like, oh gosh, I can't even do this. This
I
is
know. It's okay. You could just tell me if you can't.
it's just below the knee, just slightly below the knee.
And how tall are you?
I'm 155, 5'1".
Okay, okay. So for instance, and this is a good example. The cut of her dress is spot on for her body type. Because she's 5'1", we consider you petite. Anybody under 5'3" is considered petite. And what I would want to do is have a shorter skirt. And so
Okay.
I would recommend above the knee. And so what happens is when you have less material down there, it lifts your body up, it thins you, and it makes you appear taller. So when you have more breakage of the skin down below, and not to mention, and men, you can back me up, men love legs.
Okay.
And I have a feeling you got legs.
Yeah, I work out. I do work out.
Yeah, so show them off, like give them some skin, but
Okay.
in a
All
very
right.
tasteful way. And like with that dress, it's easy. Like you could hem it. The
Yeah,
other
can I do mid knee? Because I don't
what?
like knees. Can I do mid knee? I don't know if you can see it. No, you
I
can't.
would recommend above the knee for you.
Above the knee. Okay.
Above the knee because you're 5'1", especially. What happens is the more material that's down below, it can emphasize and actually make you look bigger too down below, like where your stomach and your hip is. So these are just like, again, these are just image consulting hacks, and it's really fun, like as you start getting into it. The other, oh my God, look at her. She's like, yeah, don't worry about it, don't worry, because we have to move on anyway. Let me just give you
Yeah.
some more like laser tips. I would love it if you actually focused more on a solid dress. Like, can you all imagine if that dress was this color red? How fabulous she would look. The colors are a little bit drabby for you, and it's also a pattern. So it's a little matronly, in my opinion. And I think, like, if you can imagine her in this dress, still silky, but in this color red, it would be a killer, right? And it would just have a totally different, like signal. Men love red,
I've been
ladies.
telling you that for years. I've been getting smaller patterns, but I just love these patterns, but that's hard
Right.
to
And
get.
and
I'll
you
do
can
it.
put
I'll do
pattern
it.
in shoes, you can put pattern in purses, just don't put it on your body. The other thing that patterns do is it widens you, ladies. So just be careful of that. I never recommend pattern in a picture. Because it
Yeah,
usually widens you. And newscasters know this trick. If you notice, newscasters never wear patterns. Video and also photos, it widens people. But other than that, like you look
so that it hid
amazing.
all
Like
the
I
mistakes.
love, I love like kind of like your bedroom hair and your beautiful, like she has the red glasses, which are super sexy. Like you got like literally I'm nitpicking. So, but what's so fun about this is such a small little tweak could have a big impact.
That's right.
Studies show that men are attracted to red. They can't help it. They tied this to fertility. And so when you are putting your photo online, I always tell women to at least have one picture of something red. And everybody looks good in red. It's just a matter of what shade. Like an orange red could look like bad on me. I need to be more in a blue. Just and that's, like kind of know your tone. So everyone give her a hand. She
Thank
did
you.
great.
That was very sweet of everybody. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, can we pin Matthew? Because Matthew, I saw you raise your hand. Do you want to do a quick audit? I know, I know you wanted a little help. Woo, woo, woo. You can unmic yourself. All right, give the man.
I mean, why
the-
not?
First of all, the fact that you've been on this entire time like that, like I already love you. And ladies, like, it just shows what kind of guy he is, right? Like that he shows up like this. And by the way, all the other men, they missed out. Like you're in a room full of ladies that you could meet tonight. So I just want to say, like, kudos to you. You got the upper hand and everybody this weekend. Okay. And Barry too. Barry was popping in and out. Okay. So tell me, is this something that you would wear on a date or like tell me a little more about what you got going on?
Um, no, I don't think I would necessarily wear this on a date. It feels very dated to me. When I was in junior high school, I used to wear a t-shirt and a button-down shirt that I'd just leave open. And I'd wear shorts. And it's hot. It's hot in Northern California. And so I just want to be comfortable. And I had just the t-shirt on when this started, and I went and grabbed my Hawaiian shirt. And years ago, I got the style advice that said, men think that Hawaiian shirts are sexy, but they're not.
No, they're not. Ladies, right? Hawaiian shirts.
Yeah,
Unless you're in
Hawaiian
Hawaii.
shirts. Yeah,
Unless you're in Hawaii.
unless you're in Hawaii.
Yeah, I give
Yeah.
you a pass if you're in Hawaii. So, oh my God, I would love to, first of all, do a virtual makeover on you because I have so many ideas. Like you're a handsome man. Like and your personality is amazing. Like you have so much warmth. And really, like I was impressed with what you said. You're like, oh, well, you felt like too old to date and everything. And you are so not like you're at your prime, to be honest. There are so many women in your age group who would die to go on a date with you. I think you need to own yourself more. And like starting with your style, I think would give you kind of that sexy confidence and edge. Because I think you're putting out more of like a friend zone, safe zone energy with the way that you're wearing clothes. And to your point, you're a little outdated.
Mhm.
So just putting just a little more intention where like ladies, can you imagine, like, do you have a leather jacket by any chance?
I do. I bought it in Italy when I was 22.
Okay, so it might be a little dated. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Okay. He's gonna do a little presto changeo, but ladies, this is really important too, because again, like if we saw his picture online, we might not give him a chance. And he's this great guy. Oh my God. Okay. I would get rid of the t-shirt because that t-shirt's not serving you, but look at him now.
Sure.
That was one little tweak. And what's going on with your hair? Do you have a ponytail?
I have a long braid.
Oh, you have a braid. That's super cool. Oh my God. Okay, so that made a different kind of image for you. But ladies, don't you have a different impression of him just with that jacket? Yeah, man bun, right? Nice. Everyone's like, yes, yes, yes. Look at the comments. I just want you to see. That was like that was just the jacket. I can only imagine like if I got my hands on you, what what that would do. But you remind me so much of this guy who I worked with. He was just like you and he rode motorcycles and blah blah blah. But we had to like kind of redo his like energy with his image and clothes. See, like everyone's loving it. And the braid is a statement. Like that's you. I wouldn't change that because it seems like that's you. But just pairing it with some little more like edgier type of jacket, like and the Hawaiian shirt with the braid, it just didn't go together either. Like this, now we're seeing a different like sex appeal with you.
There's
How do
a
you
funny
feel about
joke
that?
from the in the Native American tradition where I practice. The older women are sitting around the fire and they're laughing because they say, "I remember when he had a thick braid."
Oh, that's cute. Oh
And
my
I've
God. Well,
been,
yeah.
it's still thick. It's still a thick braid. It's okay.
It's okay. It's you. And as long as you own it, and you're also
Yeah.
pairing it with a little more like commitment with your body language and your sex appeal with your clothes. So, anyway, give him a hand, a round of applause. That was super brave. And what's so good that you volunteer. Now, women may have a different view of you and maybe would want to chat with you later. So, that's awesome. Okay, so you can unpin him, Kimberly, and let's go back. I'm going to put gallery. I'm going to share my screen again. Let's start over. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I think when I stopped sharing, I had to bring it down. Hold on. Okay. I have to start over. Oh, please. All right. Let me start over. Get the chat going. My kids make fun of me. I have like two screens up. I look like a gamer. Okay. We're back. That was a little commercial break. Was that fun? A little bit just to kind of get more interactive. Again, if you're doing the VIP room, I encourage you to come because we can do a lot more together. But I want to keep things moving for the purpose of the time. So let's get into body language because again, I think this is an area that none of you really mentioned. And I think maybe even not paid attention to when it comes to dating and relating. So as I said before, 93% of communication is nonverbal. What you say isn't even as important as how you show up. Okay. So we're talking about posture, eye contact, even the tonality. They consider the tone of your voice as a nonverbal communication. So like if you're kind of like talk like this as a woman or you talk like this as a woman or as a guy you're more nasally, like these are things that we make impressions about. And if you've gotten feedback on it or you're like knowing that about yourself, like I've even had clients go to voiceover artists to try to like have a little more variety in their tone because it can be more flirty as a woman. If you notice, like I change my tonality when I'm talking. Sometimes I go up and sometimes I go down. If I kind of talk to you like this and the whole time I gave my presentation like this, like you all would be leaving for sure. I don't care how I showed up. I don't care what the stories I told. That's huge. Habits that you might have, even like just the way you move your body and definitely what's written on your face. So I'm going to move through my body signal system. And again, I have whole workshop, like 3-hour workshops just on body language. But I'm going to try to touch upon things that are important in ways of attraction. So the face is the first thing that people notice. Okay.
I
Here
know
are
that woman.
things. What'd you say, Matt?
Oh, I'm sorry. I said I know that woman. Yeah,
For
sorry.
real? For real?
No, she just really looks exactly like the twin of a client of mine.
Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. Well,
One
maybe
on the
she.
right,
Mm.
maybe.
So yeah,
It's
that's the one
all
not
over.
to do. Yeah. So do smile everywhere around you. Make eye contact. Be enthusiastic when you're talking, like, are you going out on dates and just being like, hi, I'm Kimmy, nice to meet you. Yeah, da 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 da. Like, have fun with your facial expressions. Smile as you're talking. Like, that's part of the charisma that people notice and they remember. And ladies, there is a little flirt technique. It's the tilting of the head. And when ladies tilt their head, that's showing sign of attraction. Also, like playing with your hair shows attraction. People do this subconsciously, but you can also do it intentionally. Studies have shown that when women are attracted to men, they play with their hair. They also found that men play with their hair when they're attracted to women. And if men are bald, they like kind of rub their head. There's something about the head that signifies attraction. So it's like super interesting when you get into the studies of it all. Don't keep eyes down. Little to no eye contact. And please, no RBFs or, resting grimace face, RGFs for men. I remember I was working with a woman and she's like, Kimmy, like, I don't understand. I'm putting myself out there. I'm going to all these places. I think I'm super friendly. I just never get asked out anywhere. Well, first of all, she wasn't going to any place that were filled with men. She was going to a lot of places that were filled with women. So that was her first problem. But the second thing is when I saw her, I knew exactly why. She had just this serious look on her face and she had no awareness of it. She's like, well, but I think I smile. I said, you don't. Like, she's like, well, it's not that I'm trying to be negative. Or I said, well, I know that, but people reading the room don't know that. But she was a thinker. And when she was thinking hard, she had this like kind of grimace face. And the minute we got rid of it, it changed everything. Like she got asked out on dates, she got approached, like, because like literally it was just a tweak in the way that she was, kind of coming across. Super powerful. Or maybe you're looking stern or like a little stiff on dates. Like are you relaxed in your body, in your face, or are you kind of like, stiff? It's something that's hard to see in yourself, but maybe after today you'll be more aware of it. Also, the way your body talks. Lean in, show interest. And for God's sake, do not go on your first date with like out to dinner. It's too long. Don't sit at a table where there's a big obstruction between the two of you. Always try to maybe pick a bar or a sushi bar, like somewhere, or even if it's at a table, kind of scoot in together so you can be next to one another. Lean in. Raise eyebrows. Actually, there was a study done. Men raise their eyebrows when they're attracted to a woman. So, ladies, watch a man's eyebrows. It's really fascinating. Mirroring is also really powerful. Like if somebody is kind of leaning in, you leaning too. Matching and pacing is a technique that they teach in neurolinguistic programming, and it works for dating too. When you match somebody's movements, they feel more aligned with you and more attracted to you. And, like when you're listening, nod, nod. There was another woman I was working with, and I could not tell how she felt because when I would talk to her, she was like this. And then I would have to, I kept like checking in with her. I said, so you know what I mean? Or so how do you feel about that? And I found myself like constantly checking in with her. She's like, oh, no, I like that. Oh yeah, I'm happy. I'm like, well, I can't tell by the expression on your face and you're not acknowledging it with your body language. Well, she was a thinker, she was an overanalyzer, and she was processing, but in her efforts of processing, she wasn't giving the feedback to the recipient that needed to happen to create that like attraction and closeness. And again, with the head tilt, And touch. I don't know how comfortable all of you are with touch. Um, yeah, it is cultural, Matthew. Definitely. Like sorry, Matthew just was wondering about if it was cultural. I actually got asked to coach somebody in China, and it was fascinating because no one touched, no one looked in their eye, I made eye contact. It was a whole different culture. And I'm glad that you're addressing this because, like if you are in the United States or you're in a state or a country where that's what is like meant to be or okay to do, then, like you got to know your environment. So that is super important. But I'm just talking in generality that for the most part here, at least in the US and other parts of the country, like I just came back from Italy. Like they touch each other all the time. They make eye contact. They're very like touchy-feely with each other. That is cultural. And I always tell people like go to Spain, go to Italy and watch what they do because there's so much sex appeal in the way that they move with their body. And if you are not somebody who is comfortable with like touching or, like and if you've been abused or if you have trauma, like that's real and just honor that. But I've helped so many people kind of break some of those barriers. It's not like you're like petting people upon first impression, but just it's a leaning in, it's a bumping of the shoulder, it's just kind of touching an arm when you talk. All of those things signify that you're interested and people will receive you as more dateable rather than just a friendly like person or a business meeting like that. Those are the barriers that start like getting a little more sensual, in the way that you talk to one another. So don't slump over, like think of just like your posture, cross arms, fidget with objects, rapid eye blinking, like habits, being stiff in your body, like your body talks, and just be aware of it. Quick story, a guy I was working with, he every time he talked to a beautiful woman, he would take his right hand and he would put it across his chest and he would hold his left arm. And like he did it once, and I'm like, okay. Then he did it twice, and then he did it 3 times. And I'm like, Doug, we got to talk. I'm like, every time you talk to a pretty woman, you're going like this, and you're coming across as anxious. It turned out when he was a little boy, he would do this posture when he was like with his mom, his was like kind of domineering. And when he was in like a powerful presence, and for him, the association was a beautiful woman, he would do this. So we just got rid of it. And actually he just came on my podcast and he just got married. But it like started with that and obviously unraveled into so much more. But
Kimmy, just giving you the 1 p.m. time frame.
oh, okay. Can you cue up that video that I gave you
Yes.
recently? I'm gonna have you actually do this right at I'm gonna do that maybe in about 5 minutes before you bug out. Is that good?
That's good. I'll get it queued up.
Okay. So for women, just slow down. Remember the story? Notice who's noticing you. I once was with a woman and she was just bolting through the hallway, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" And she didn't even realize that the guys were checking her out in the process of her like moving through the hallway. This happens all the time. Do you have filters on as you're walking out and about? Like, just look around. Really, like, I would love for all of you to make a commitment after this workshop. Maybe if you're going out tonight or you're going shopping, just look around and see what you're noticing. Maybe for the first time you're passing something or somebody that you've passed by before that you never noticed. Noticing is really, really huge. We talked about the heels. I love heels because it does slow down your walk. Your legs look amazing. Your posture is a little more upright. There's alternative for that. But men do notice that and take the blinders off. Men, it's about the comfort mostly in your chest. That alpha energy comes through when you have an open stance. Don't cross your arms or slump over. When you sit, just kind of, with your arms open. Actually, it's funny, they did a study when men show their legs their legs open, they're showing their stuff, and subconsciously women are attracted to that. So like, again, these are all little things. A lot of men I find are crossing their legs, and that's a little more feminine than just like kind of opening it up. Positioning is really important. Like, where are you placing yourself? Not subconscious here, Kimberly. Position yourself, increase your chances of conversation. Don't stand also directly in front. Like when you're at a party, don't be really far apart of somebody. I call it the V, when you're like kind of in a V, and if you're holding a drink and you're kind of shoulder to shoulder, but then you're open, that is one of the best positions if you're at a party or at a social event, because it creates the heat and the attraction in the shoulders, but it keeps the openness of safety. And so these are little things that you can do to really like make yourself not only feel like more attracted to somebody, but attractive to somebody. And like, where are you putting yourself? Like, if you're just, again, cackling with your girlfriends at a table at a restaurant, that's not very good positioning for you. You know, you're making it harder for a man to go up and talk to you. Sit directly head on at a bar and notice that, just like being open for business and talking. Don't just like pull in and talk to your girlfriend. Like, be open at the bar and look around and say hi to the people next to you. And then finally, that comfort that we talked about before, being comfortable in your body. If you're not comfortable and you feel a little like frumpy, or maybe your body image is not what it used to be, that affects your confidence. This is a woman, and again, it doesn't matter what your body type is. This is a woman who had body issues. And it was shocking to everybody. And it wasn't until we had our red dress moment. I thought she was a model when she walked in my workshop. But what was funny is after we went shopping, she became a model, you know, from frumpy to flirty, like it was instant for her. And age is of no consequence. This is a man I worked with years ago, and he was a widower, and Matthew, kind of wearing the clothes that you were wearing. He lives in Denver, and well, you know the story goes, and we got rid of some of that and we put him in some sexier clothes, and he got some edge to him. He's dating up a storm now. So, does your body language need some work? Drop a 1 in the chat. Like, make that commitment to yourself. If this is something that you're aware of, you know about, put it in the chat. Nobody thinks they have work to do? Oh, you don't have to rate yourself in this one. Just put like, yes, 1, I do need to work a little bit on. Okay, there you go. Awesome, awesome. Yeah. So again, the clothes and the body language, they go hand in hand when it comes to that attraction. We're going to watch a little video now on a woman that I worked with recently, and she volunteered to put herself on. I do regular segments on a channel called 9 News, NBC in Denver. And she took it upon herself to go through the whole process with me, where she started out in a really sad, frumpy state, but more about just how she felt about herself, to this like fantastic flirty girl. And just to show you the power of all of the stuff that we're talking about.
So we're here this afternoon with our dating expert, Kimmy Seltzer, and one of her coaching clients, Lisa. It takes a lot of courage to put yourself out there, especially on live TV. You're getting back into the dating world. So first, tell us your story.
Well, so I am 62 years old.
Kim, are you queuing it up?
I've been single for 18 years, which seems like...
Let me get the
What?
Let me get the volume on. It was supposed to be.
Oh, I don't see it either.
Let's try it again. I'm going to just rewind here for a minute. And then everybody let me know if you can see this when I share, and then I'll start.
Okay. Oh yeah, I think it's going now.
Is it
There we
going
go.
now?
Yeah.
Okay,
Start from the beginning. Yeah.
Here we go.
So we're here this afternoon with our dating expert, Kimmy Seltzer, and one of her coaching clients, Lisa. It takes a lot of courage to put yourself out there, especially on live TV. You're getting back into the dating world. So first, tell us your story.
Well, so I am 62 years old. I have been single for 18 years, which seems like a really long time. And I have just been afraid to get back into dating, mostly because I don't have a super great track record with that.
I wanted to bring her here live as the starting point. So what you're seeing right now is actually the beginning of the process. She wants to get back out there, but she doesn't know where to go, what to do, and how to be. Being a therapist, a dating coach, and an image consultant, I have a three-pronged approach and a holistic approach in helping people, you know, look and feel their best so they attract what they want. This is the before. Okay. And, you know, at the end of the day, it's not about the man, it's about you. And when you feel sexy and you look in the mirror and say, I got it going on, that's when the men will come.
Excited. So before we bring out Lisa, okay, let's quickly remind our viewers what she looked like last time she was here, because this was before the makeover, okay? Yes. All right, take a good look. And now let's show you what she looks like after the makeover. Lisa, come on in, girl. You always look beautiful, but you were just radiant. First and foremost, when you were turned towards the mirror, what was the first thing that you noticed?
Oh, well, was it me? Excited about the new me and how I look and how I feel, and I am ready to do some dating.
Yeah! I remember when you were here last and you had picked out the outfit at the time because you said it was like fun, you liked the pattern. So this is different. It's a solid color, beautiful dress, but does it feel fun? Do you love like the shape and the fabric? And
I do.
It looks great.
I love the cute flirty skirt.
Yes.
And I love the sleeves, and the color is a perfect color for me. So yes, I do love it. It's probably shorter than what I'm used to, but I am just gonna show off the legs.
Yes!
And work it.
And what I love about Kimmy too is she really does bring out the best in everybody, right? She works.
She does.
I know you work on the outside. You also
today,
work on the inside.
what are the wins
recently?
Well, people are noticing me, which is really great. It's drawing attention, and I've noticed. Yesterday I was at a networking event and this gentleman walked across the entire room. He says, when I saw you, I knew I needed to come talk to you.
And you know, that was just kind of scraping the surface, but just to give you all, you know, and she did this to inspire other women. She was in a really dark place and had a ton of toxic, you know, men in her life. But that wasn't her attitude wasn't a show. Like she really was so different, and you can even see it in her face and even like hearing it in her voice, the lightness and the happiness that she was having. And now, like, she went on already like 5 dates and she's dating up a storm and she's loving it. And for the first time in her life, like, she was a relationship gal. She never had a time where she just dated up a storm without getting attached. I call it detached dating. And it's not that to not care when you're dating, but it's actually dating to get to know yourself. It's dating yourself and not getting caught up with the outcome or the expectation of it all. And when you do that, you have so much more fun doing it, but you also get to know what you like, what you don't like. And really, like, it's like being a kid in the candy store. You don't have to commit or buy any of the candy. You're just tasting the candy and see like what you want to move on with. And that is really just, and again, like, she's just getting started with it all, but for her, that needed to happen. Layla, where was she meeting men? Well, I put together a dating plan for her. Remember, I was talking about that. I like business plans. I put together dating plans. And I always say that your dating portfolio should be like your financial portfolio. You need to diversify as much as possible. You can't just rely on one way. Like a big mistake people make is they'll just go online and then they get burned out and they say, oh, there's no good men or women out there. Well, of course, that's what's going to happen if that's all you do and you don't round it out with IRL interactions in real life. I'm really big on real life interactions, so I like to mix the two. I think even now, and I know online dating gets a bad rap, I like to use it as a portal for practice. So if you haven't been out there, just saying a yes to a ton of people just to get practice and not worrying about whether or not they're going to be your boyfriend or do they have potential. Just playing on the playground with different people will build your resilience and your confidence. And then as you graduate, Joyce, we talked about this, right? As you graduate, then you can start getting more intentional. Then you can start getting a little more picky. But if you're just getting started, it's starting on the playground. So, all
Andrew's
right.
here, Kimmy.
I'm sorry?
Andrew is here to take over for me.
Oh, okay, great. Hi, Andrew.
Hey,
Oh, we
Kimmy,
got
lovely
another.
session. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, first of all, it's just really nice having more male energy in the room. Give Andrew a round of applause. As
Absolutely.
ladies,
I'm
we
soaking
feel,
it in.
yes. Yeah, so we just showed kind of the last video, so you won't have to do any more. But if we have time, if time permits, and everyone is still like energetic, we may go in breakout rooms, but I'll just kind of see. The issue and the challenges right now, most people don't have their cameras on, and I can't do activities without a camera on. So we'll just kind of do more group stuff.
Thank you
Anyway,
so much.
yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to say bye to y'all. It was great hanging out with you this afternoon.
Oh my gosh, Kimberly, thank you so much. And thank you for like taking care of all the tech. Super important.
Oh, you're so welcome. Have a fun rest of your call.
Thanks. All righty. Okay, so before I share my screen, any like thoughts or questions, feel free to put in the chat that you had about the last portion, about style, body language, anything like that.
How about that comment about when you're on the street and you meet somebody's eyes? That's very scary.
Ah, yes. Okay, so what's scary about it?
There's been times where I've just like, I just look away. I don't know. I don't know. I can't seem to hold that gaze. I'm going to like be aware of that now and try it.
Michelle says me too. Well, and I'd say 80% of people are like that, and we all have different reasons why. But when you learn how to really connect with your eyes, I mean, the eyes are the windows to the soul. So I'll teach you, since we're in a small group, and that you're back. There's something called the 3-second rule, ladies. This is something that I didn't make up. It's out there. Like you could probably find it on YouTube, but I teach it in a different way just to show the power. And we have, so Matthew's on, and well, Andrew, you're a guy, so you count. But there's something that is just like, it works like clockwork. So let's say you're at a party and you see a man or you see somebody that you're attracted to. So the camera right now is the man. And like if I was talking to somebody, so like we're kind of talking, and so I make eye contact with the guy and I'm talking, and I go 1, and then I go back to talking, and that's 2, and then I go 3. That second gaze is what men respond to, because you have to understand, men think that it's a fluke. When a woman looks at a man almost thinks, wait, did she look at me? So when you look at him the second time, it gives assurance. It's like, oh, yeah, I'm looking at you, and it's super sexy. So what I encourage you to do, make it a game. Like what I am going to talk about later is I have a community called Kimmy's Love Hub. And we do a lot of practice. We do workshops, and it's co-ed. And one of the things that I tell everybody is, because we have like these challenges that I give everybody each week, is to make it a game. So if eye contact, Joyce, is really hard for you, instead of just say, oh, I'm going to practice, say, okay, I'm going to like count how many blue eyes I can see today. you know, and if you take kind of the emotion out of it and just make it a game, it becomes so much more fun. And it's just like what we said in the beginning, confidence is experience. The more you do it, the less scary it becomes. I think first it's recognizing what that's about. Yeah. Okay, so some of it, so Michelle, thank you for sharing this. She said for you it's fear, right? So like first, like understand where it's coming from and what the fear is about. And then it's just going out and overriding the fear with practice. Look, I'm going to say this, and this is, if you remember anything, remember this. No one changes in a state of comfort. We only change in a state of discomfort. Ooh.
Oops,
Oh, Mary Lou,
sorry
I'm just
about
gonna,
that.
no,
I
it's okay.
muted you. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. And so when you're uncomfortable, like Joyce, the fact that you're uncomfortable, like that means that's something you should do. Don't do the things that you're already good at or already comfortable with because you're not going to change. Like that's just your comfy cocoon. If there's something that scares you, it probably means that's something that needs to happen and work on. We only change in that discomfort stage, but don't shoot yourself way too high with it. You know, I think that's why a lot of people fall short of their goals or they don't do anything because it's like, oh my God, I have to flirt. Don't think of it like, oh my God, I have to flirt. Say, okay, I'm going to start with something small, like I'm going to count the blue eyes. Now that's easier. And then once you conquer that, awesome, you got that under your belt. Move on to the next thing. Okay, I'm going to practice standing closer to people and maybe touching an arm. You got that? Great, move on to the next. And the bigger or the smaller wins will add up to the bigger win in the end. So I really just like to give you a little bit of comfort and hope around it all. Did that make sense? Yeah? Okay. All right, awesome. Well, let's move on. And I'm going to share my screen again. Oh, Andrew, my sharing is not on.
All right, just give me 1 second again.
Yeah, you can make me co-host or share the screen.
Absolutely. All right, you have co-host access.
Okay, great. Oh, 80, am I saying it right? Oh, we only change in what? Change in a state of discomfort is what I was saying. So sometimes like the things that make us uncomfortable are the very things that we need to do, right? And then that's what causes the shift. Yeah. Hey, James. Oh, good to no, we're just so happy to have another man in the room. So yeah, and just get with Rano and Sierra's team about the replays and all that jazz. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and let's move into the second portion. So let me just get set up here. We were doing some interactive exercises along the way. I think, though, to keep things moving, and now that we ended up being smaller, I'm just going to keep you all as a group. Let me get the chat here. Okay. All right. All right, we're back. So where we left off is we were talking about style, we're talking about body language. That all has to do with your outer confidence. We talked about takeaways and we did a live exercise. So let's move on. I'm actually going to kind of breeze through this because of what you all said in the beginning. I think you all know what inner confidence is about. I mean, I actually think this whole entire weekend it has been about it. I'm just going to tap on it. Again, I do whole workshops on how like authenticity and expression really is important when it comes to dating, which is different than relationships. And sometimes people don't know the difference. Like when I ask people questions like, how are you at expressing your feelings? A lot of people will say, well, I'm good at expressing feelings when I know somebody, but how are you at expressing feelings from the minute you say hello to people? And how do emotional triggers create attraction? People don't realize one of the most powerful things that can happen. And when I work with clients, I do a lot of emotional intelligence work. That's what we're talking about, the inner confidence, is that when they learn how to do storytelling and they learn how to express feelings in the way of conversations, that's what ends up causing attraction with people. So I talked about the outer because that's the advertisement, right? Now the inner is super important. And so we're going to talk about, hold on. Oh, that was the wrong thing. That's social. I'll go over that in a second. So the inner is quickly authenticity. I tapped on something I call shape shifting. I see this with a lot of caregivers. Are you someone who shape shifts into what you know the other person wants of you? Or are you showing up as truly your authentic self? Now, I think this is a buzzword that has been thrown around, honestly, ad nauseum, because it's like, what does that even mean? But what I will say is that when you stop caring about what other people think and feel and go after what you want, that becomes the real you. Now, with some of you who are on your journey from coming out of a divorce, or maybe you lost someone, or maybe it's been a long-term relationship, or maybe it's just even been a while, you may not even know who you are, and that's okay. Like when I got divorced, I did not know who I was, and I was doing a lot of shape shifting. I was doing a lot of things that just wasn't me, and I had to learn the hard way. And the only way I was able to reinvent myself and really come into myself was dating. That's why I treat dating as a skill. That's why in all the communities that I have, it's all skill-based, so that as you're practicing, you're getting to know yourself in the process. And when you do that, you attract healthier relationships in the end. The other thing is vulnerability. And vulnerability is all about self-expressions and being real and all of the things that have to do with the sharing. Now, what I want to say about this, because it's not about TMI, okay? So hear me out, because you listen to people like Brene Brown. She talks about vulnerability, and it's become, again, this esoteric word. Vulnerability from like on a first date doesn't look like, hi, let me tell you about my relationship with my mother and why like we have a really hard time together, right? Like that's never a good idea to show up on a first date to do that. Vulnerability is expressing emotions in ways so that people know what you like, and it's in positivity, like using words like I'm excited by, or I love when. There's a difference between just firing facts to each other than feeling-based conversations. So I'll give you an example. So there's a difference, like let's say your date orders you broccoli and cheese appetizer, and you love broccoli and cheese. If you're just saying, thank you very much, that's very sweet of you. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, but that's not indicating to the person how you feel about the broccoli and cheese. Versus, oh my gosh, broccoli and cheese? I love broccoli and cheese. I can't believe you just ordered that. That is one of my favorite dishes. In fact, when I was young, my grandma taught me how to cook this fabulous dish, and it had broccoli and cheese in it. So every time I have it, it reminds me of my grandma. You hear the difference? Like it's expansion. It's about peeking into my life and feelings in a way that people feel me more, rather than just saying, oh, thank you very much. That looks lovely. So how are you showing up in the way that you're causing that feeling-based type of interaction? That's what that's about. And as we were talking about a little bit yesterday, there's a difference between like the resilience versus rejection. Like when you're first dating, it hurts when a date doesn't work out. It hurts when you get ghosted or breadcrumbed. It hurts when you really, really like someone and they don't like you back. But the reason why it's so crucial to have a stage in your life where you're just dating up a storm without getting into a relationship is you're building resilience. Because instead of saying on Bumble, let's say a guy ghosted you, instead of saying, oh my God, I hate dating, this sucks, you're saying instead, oh, thank God that guy ghosted. He just saved me a lot of hardship. No wonder. Knowing that there's plenty efficiency. Again, it's a mindset, but it also comes with experience. Like I was devastated when the first date didn't work out for me. Thank God it didn't work out for me. Now that, I got to be an experienced dater. It's like anything else, and that is the growth. And that helps with your self-worth, your self-esteem, and then ultimately your inner confidence. So expressing yourself, it increases your likability factor. It builds trust in the way that you're interacting with someone, and it also causes that emotional intimacy between two people. At the end of the day, and I say this all the time, people move on with people that makes them feel a certain way because they like them, not because of the knowledge that they have or the age that they're at, right? And so be careful of doing so much like fact tracking and like exchanging facts. The best dates are ones that are nonsensical, that are whimsical, that have to do with emotion and make you laugh and causes that like emotion trigger. So it doesn't matter how much you know, and they did a study on this. The number one attraction factor that they did studies on with both men and women, everyone said that it had to do with the playfulness and the likability factor. And it was beyond like success, money, like things that maybe you would think would be higher than that. That was the number one. So again, this is good news. If you just like lean back, have a little fun with it, you'll get so much. First of all, you'll have so much more fun and you'll create more attractive like opportunities for you in the long run. So all of you who are asking me, well, where are the men? Where are the women? Like they're all here in the Zoom room, right? Like, and again, if we had more time and I do this in my Kimmy's Love Hub, we get to practice with each other. And I've had people meet each other in the Love Hub. I've had people meet each other at my retreats. And then at first, people don't think they're attracted to each other until we start like really expressing ourselves and you see a different side of people. Okay, so just put a 1 if you think you need a little work in self-expression. And it could be any of the points I talked about. Vulnerability, authenticity, expression, the way you show up on dates. Okay, awesome. And if not, that's cool. And what I encourage you to do is definitely like do an audit on yourself and see like, where did you rate yourself with your body language? Where did you rate yourself with your style? Where did you rate yourself with the way that you express yourself? And you'll see maybe you're high in one and low in something else. And that's where you start working. Likely a 1. Okay, Matthew, awesome, awesome. Love how you guys are showing up. Okay, we don't have time for this, so I'm going to move on. Let's get into this area. I think this is an area you all really have expressed to me that you want more help in, and that is your social confidence. How to flirt and how to be playful. You may be social, you may be friendly, but if you're not flirting, people may not see you as dateable. So your social confidence, well, there's a lot that goes into it, and I'm just going to touch upon the main ones. It's your conversation skills, it's your flirting skills. It's also how comfortable you are. Like when you walk into a room, how comfortable are you? Like if you're an introvert, maybe you hate big groups. Maybe it drains your battery. You prefer one-on-one. You prefer like shorter times, and then you find a lot of social anxiety or discomfort in other areas. That is so important to know that about yourself. I have taken people who've had introverted tendencies or social anxiety, and I've almost kind of debunked some of the myths they had about themselves that they can't be social. There was a woman who I worked with, oh my gosh, she probably had one of the worst social anxiety like cases that I've been with, and even as a therapist, but also she was introverted, and she came and did an in-person experience with me. And I threw her to the wolves. I mean, obviously I was teaching her some skills and doing all this work with her. And where did we put her? But at a conference that she was supposed to go to. And I wanted to help her navigate a conference not just for business networking, but also for social and dating. So we get to like the conference and she freezes. And she starts having anxiety. And she's like, Kimmy, I can't do this. I'm so drained. There's no way. I don't know where. I said, it's okay. Breathe. And we're just going to try some of the tactics that we practice. I have this whole social engagement formula. I teach people how to get out of your head and get into more like engaging, fun conversations. Well, we get into like this conversation. I started it, but then she started other ones and she got more comfortable. And as the night went on, she started not only getting comfortable, but having fun. Well, I decided to just like have her go on her own. I said, I'm going to the restroom. And when I come back, I hope that you'll be starting a conversation on your own. Well, I get back and she's talking to a dude. And I'm like, oh my God, this is so good. And it was going on and on and on. And like, she pulls me aside and she's like, I really like this guy. That guy ended up being her boyfriend. I kid you not. And like, and again, it's almost feels like I make up these stories, but it's nothing magical. There's no voodoo around it. It's just that's what happens when your confidence goes up, you build the skills, you put yourself out there, there's intention with what you're doing, and then everything starts working together. And by the way, she was, I think, 55, and she had that belief that there was no one out there. All right. So, oh, and interpersonal skills, obviously, super important. So I'm just noticing the time. All right, I'm going to go through these, and then I'm going to share with you something that I have for all of you if you want to like move on and practice some of this stuff. Conversation is sometimes easy and sometimes hard for people, but for you all here, just put in the chat, what is the hardest thing for you about conversations that have to do with dating? That either like about converting into a date or getting to the next date, or maybe you're on a date, like what's happening with your conversations? Too much facts exchanging, right? Checking out. Mary Lou, nothing, not enough depth. Neela, good. It's hard to get deeper. Too serious, too much, demanding, being entertaining with it, goes dry with someone. Yeah, no, and I'm glad that you're just kind of like seeing that within yourself. And honestly, this is good news because if you're making some realizations about yourself, that is where you're going to work. Like you should make a commitment to yourself then. Well, it's like, okay, I know I'm a little dry. I know I'm a little serious. Then take an improv class. You know, sign up for my retreat. Do come to Kimmy's Love Hub. Do things that put you in a playful state that gets you like just more confident with it. Checking him against your list, Joyce. I'm glad that you're like you're feeling into that. Yep. I call it the list lady thing. It's a syndrome that many people have these days. Well, here's the thing. There are actually 3 phases of a conversation. So you might be really good at one of them and you may fall short at another. The first phase is initiation. That is when you first initiate a conversation and either you're being approached or somebody approaches you. And remember what I said in the beginning, both sexes have responsibility with approachability. It's the woman's job to say, I'm open for business, and it's the man's job to come hither. And I say this, but I feel like nowadays, no one's approaching anybody. Like COVID didn't help, first of all, but men are complaining that women aren't approachable, and women are complaining that there's no alpha energy anymore, and men aren't coming up to women anymore. So everyone's at a stalemate, right? Like nobody's approaching anybody because everybody is either expecting the other person to do it or everyone's in fear. So someone's got to do it, right? And again, if you let go of the outcome, you let go of the fear, you let go of your limiting beliefs, and you just stay present and have fun with it, you will create that energy that people will start coming to. So initiation is huge. The second phase is sustainment and engagement. How long you can kind of hang in there, right? And maintain the conversation. So maybe you're good at the initiation, but then it like fades, falls short about 3-5 minutes in, and you're like, I don't know what to say. And then it's creating a meaningful connection. Now, what I mean by that, you know you've made a meaningful connection. Either you get asked out again, someone says, we should do this again sometime, you get asked for a number, or you ask a number, or, oh, you know, I haven't had a conversation like this in a long time. Oh, I really like talking to you. Like there's some indication that, boom, like you locked it in. So actually, for all of you, wait, I want to go back to that. Just to see where you're at, which part is the hardest for you? 1, 2, 3, or all of them? I just want to know for you in the room. 2, sustainment, okay. Because I want to like kind of go over, like given where you guys are getting stuck, I want to just give you some information. 1 is approaching, okay. And again, think about this in terms of a date, not like at work or being social or at a conference. Like I'm just talking about in a dating situation. 3. So you see where everyone, do you see that there's a difference for everybody? That's why like this is not a cookie cutter like approach kind of thing. It is not one size fits all. So it's really, really important to feel into you where you're getting stuck. Thinking of a good questions to ask. So Michelle, that to me is more initiation. Awesome. Joyce, but what if I don't want to see him anymore? Okay, well that's a different thing. Just in terms of just, I'm saying in general, where are you getting stuck? Not like a particular case. You know what I'm saying? Like just you as a person. It's like, oh yeah, I know my battery gets drained kind of in the middle, or I don't know how to close the deal, or you know what I mean? So just think about that for you. All right. So here are some common conversation blunders that I see happen. You're just not being interesting enough. It's just your conversations are boring. Michelle, you and I talked about how like you get that. A lot of guys will hit you up with like boring questions like, how was your weekend? Or how are you? Like, oh my gosh, y'all stay away from that. Like, how are you supposed to answer? How are you doing? I'm fine. How are you? Right? There are specific questions and fun things that you can do that moves the needle. And this is what I teach all the time. Maybe you're asking too many questions. I love people who come back to me and they're like, well, he didn't ask me any questions. Like all I did was the talking. I'm like, well, did you even share anything about yourself to give him some room to ask you questions? Again, like it's a balancing act. It should be a flow. There should be a dance. Asking too many questions, or maybe you're not sharing enough or offering anything into the conversation, like either could be off balance. So that's super important. Maybe you stay on facts, like we talked about that before, rather than getting personal. You're staying at the surface. This could be fear-based. You could also be very analytical and in your head. I will say many high achievers, or if you are in a profession of like tech or accounting, or like what makes you brilliant at what you do for a living is what probably makes it hard when it comes to this stuff, because you're used to facts, you're used to analytics, you're used to outcome-based stuff. In dating, it's the opposite. So it's just exercising the right brain a little bit more. And that's all it is, you know, and again, anyone can learn this stuff. And you might be staying away from more of the emotional talk, more of the personal talk. You're just, and that, because that's what instills passion. Rather than talking about your grandmother who taught you that recipe with broccoli and cheese, you're just saying, oh, that's great, thank you. You're not helping the conversation move on. And you're engaging in too many Q&A questions. How long have you been divorced for? How many kids do you have? Where do you live? How many times have you moved? Oh my gosh, you guys, you can go to LinkedIn and look at all those things. No one cares. You will have plenty of time to look at all those facts. Again, you can have the most uninteresting, whimsical kind of entry, and it's probably the best conversation. There was a woman I was working with, and we were sitting at a bar again, because I like bars because that's when we can be interactive. It doesn't matter if you drink or not, and there's plenty. Even if you think you're too old for a bar, by the way, that's not the case. You just need warm bodies to practice with. I don't care if you get, a Sprite or an appetizer. You got to put yourself in a place where people are stationary and that you can have conversation with. It's great. Just don't go to a pub where you're like dancing on the table. I'm not talking about that, but a sophisticated bar. Anyway, so we were sitting at this bar, and this really hot gentleman sits right next to her, and she gets all tongue-tied. She's like, oh my God, I don't know what to say. I said, stop thinking about what to say. What are you observing? What are you feeling? And what are you noticing, just what's happening in the moment? She's like, well, it has nothing to do with him. It's stupid. I said, what is it? Just say it. She's like, well, honestly, I was just noticing the window over there. It looked like it was raining. Now in LA, that's a weird thing to rain. And it was a stained glass, so it was made to look like rain. And she's like, and I thought it was funny that it was raining in LA. I said, that's a fantastic entry. Just say that. She's like, but that's weird. I said, no, that's perfect. So she said it. She's like, hey, did you ever notice that window over there? It looks like rain. And he looks over and he's like, oh my God, I've been coming here every week and I never noticed that. That is funny for LA. And then they were off to the races. So again, stop thinking so much. And for God's sakes, do not memorize lines. People ask me all the time, Kimmy, give me a couple like entries, give me a couple of lines. And my answer is always no. So my social engagement formula, it's more about observation and curiosity and storytelling than it is memorizing lines, because you feel it. You feel when someone's doing a line to you. You feel even online, same thing. Don't do those stupid prompts that Bumble gives you. It's awful. We've all had it done to us before. We all know the prompts. It feels disingenuous and disconnected, right? So instead, keep it light, keep it fun, avoid the Q&A, share stories, use words that elicit emotion, and again, stay away from the facts, because there is a difference between friendly and flirty. You might be the friendliest person. You might be super comfortable talking with many, many people. But if you're not flirting with your body language, with what you put on your body, and even how you're saying things, that person may not get the signal that you're interested in them. So again, I do all workshops on flirting, so there's no way I can cover this, but I've been like teasing you with this whole time, so I am gonna like tap on the flirting piece. And how many of you on here, and even if your camera is not on, I just want to get kind of a read of the room. How many of you signed up for VIP? Just like show of hands if you're on camera, and if you're off camera, put the hand up, because I wanna see like how much I can do here versus, okay. So not a lot of you. Okay. Okay, because in the VIP room, I'm going to do something special. And again, like if you haven't signed up, I don't know, Andrew, if you still have the link for the upgrade. But
I should have it. I'll post it.
Okay, yeah, just go ahead and post it if anyone wants to like stay. We're going to go for a little bit more. What time is it? I want to see. Okay, yeah, we're going to go for probably about a half hour more. And then we're going to move into the VIP portion. And I would love to do kind of some breakout room experiences with all of you here now. I want a bonus, even if you're not a VIP, I want a bonus with, would you be up to doing some breakout rooms for those of you who are here? The only thing is I would need your cameras on. So if you're not going to have your cameras on, I'm not going to be able to do it. So just kind of like let me know, and I'll know whether or not you want to do it and can do it if your camera goes on. Okay, great. Okay, so what is your definition of flirting? Let's get this out on the table. Okay, Devin, all good, all good. What's your definition of flirting? Let's get into the definition. Like when you think of that word, I mean, usually that raises a lot of eyebrows. Like people are like, people have association with that word. Okay, so Ada, you don't have one. Being sexually fun. Ooh, I haven't heard. Layla, that's kind of fun. I like the way that you said that. Being sexually fun. I like the way you said that. Being coitish and cute. Ooh, Joyce, I like that. I didn't even know how to spell coitish. That's so cool. I learned something new. Being openly curious. Love that, Joni. Mm-hmm. What else? What else do you think of? Feeling free. Okay, these are great. Actually, these are pretty innovative. I usually get like more simple answers. So, and all of you are right. Like all of that is, I would say, again, just like confidence, those are symptoms or things that you see when somebody's flirting or when you think of like a flirty energy, right? Now, given your definitions, what are some fears or excuses that you have on why you don't flirt then? So if flirting is a playful sexual energy or any of these things that you're saying, what stops you? Rejection. Oh, huge, huge. Fear of rejection, fear of rejection. Yep. Anybody else? Looking slutty. Thank you. I was wondering if a woman was going to say that. Every woman says that. I forget how to have fun, Joni. I'm so glad you're here. Belong to too many women's groups. Oh my God, I love that. Yeah. Like and you know, when you're around other women too, and what I want to really emphasize, like, I'm going to share with you my community that's called Kimmy's Love Hub. It's co-ed. I really feel it's important to have co-ed experiences. My dating retreats are co-ed. It's so important to have community. That's why you all were attracted to Eden, right? Like that sense of community. I was so happy to be asked to do a separate track for singles because don't tell the couples. And as nice as the couples are, they just don't get it. Like it's good to be around couples to have that like kind of role model, and they do have secret sauce that they can share with us. But on the flip side, they don't also understand maybe some of the like hardships to date later in life. They don't maybe understand modern dating. They don't understand the sense of rejection and ghosting and more importantly, they may not be in flirty energy, right? Like they're within themselves in the couplehood. Now, I've done talks to couples on how to keep the flame alive and flirt with each other because that is a whole other, bag of worms. But when you're single, looking to mingle, just having that fun flirty energy, it's so important to have wing gals and wing guys to go out with. Oh, Joyce, more elegantly, fear of being judged, inappropriate behavior, being taken seriously when there's no serious intent. Okay, these are really, really good. So what you're about to see on my screen are basically much of what you wrote. And it's not that I'm a mind reader, it's just I've been doing this so many times that these are universal complaints and fears and excuses. Look at the first one. I don't want to be rejected. No, and by the way, both men and women have this. We think we're so different. We're not. We both have the same fears. I don't want to give the wrong signals or the wrong ideas. You all said that. I want him to like me for my intelligence, not a sexual object. Women, we feel that, and the guys, they don't want to be creepy. Like that's their thing. He or she's out of my league. It could be either or. I'll only flirt with people who I'm interested in or attracted to. I have a ton of that. I don't know how, or maybe I just feel rusty and dusty. I feel stupid, awkward, uncomfortable. This is weird. I'm too old for this, right? But the true definition is to behave as though you're attracted to someone without the serious intention of an outcome. That is what's in the dictionary, y'all. So what's tripping you up is the very thing that flirting's not about, and that is being outcome based. Like, it's not worrying about any of those things that were on my screen or what you talked about. Flirting is just playing. It's just being, right? So it's turning your cab light on. It's having a mindset that creates that magnetic energy where you're just flirting with life. Like, y'all, I flirt with babies, I flirt with dogs, I flirt with old men, old ladies, hot guys, hot women. Like, I just flirt with life. And when you do that, again, you never know who's watching you, who someone knows. And I mean, again, I have so many examples of that. I had a woman who very, no good guys out there, and I don't meet anybody, blah, blah. I had her flirt with a married man who was 20 years her senior and not her physical type. And she looked at me like I was nuts. I said, no, I'm going to the bathroom. And when I come back, I expect you to be in a whole conversation and just act as if you were attracted and playful and just do it. So I come back and she started the conversation. That guy was awesome. He was from New Zealand and he had this bold, beautiful personality. He loved his wife. He was showing pictures. He was sharing how they met. And in the middle of the conversation, he says, "Are you ladies single?" And I said, "Well, my friend is," meaning my client. He goes, "Oh, good. I was hoping you would say that because I have a friend in town who I think you guys would really like each other." I said, "Well, where is he? Like, bring him out." He's like, "I will." So we exchange information. By the end of the day, I kind of turned her into a monster. Like, we were at this hotel and we had a flock of men around us, right? In walks the New Zealander with his drop dead gorgeous friend who was age appropriate and he was single. And she starts talking and she had built up her confidence. And that guy she ended up dating. And it was so weird because she lived up in the Bay Area and he was visiting from the Bay Area. Like, again, if you talk to people, you don't know who's next to you. Like, it's like, oh, that will never happen. Like, it will happen. It's a numbers game. You just got to keep at it. So just be playful wherever you go. Don't worry about getting it right. There's no such thing about getting it right. The only wrong thing is not doing it. Get cat ears and go into a bar and just start talking and being silly. Like, this is what it's all about. When I do my retreats, I do scavenger hunts and they have an app and they have to go do really silly things. And they have to wear cat ears for my ladies, and for men, I put them in costume and they have to go do silly things. And they all come back laughing and said, "Oh my gosh, I met so many people." But it's hard when you've been out of it, or we get set in our ways, and again, the pandemic didn't help. And so it is being very focused on moments rather than the result in your head. Forget about the boyfriend, forget about the girlfriend. Honestly, we talked about this last night. Forget about even the word dating. Don't, because it has such a stigma attached to it. Just focus on being social and playful, social and playful. Even with formal dates, social and playful. I promise you it'll help. So, all right, put a 1 in the chat if you think your conversations need help. Come clean. Joyce, I'll get to you in 1 second. 1, 1, 1. Oh, the people. All right, so this is good. Again, know where you need improvement on. Okay, Joyce, did you have a question? You can unmic yourself. We're small enough.
Thanks.
Yeah, go
okay.
ahead.
So the thing is, you're talking about there being a very different energy for flirting and dating. The thing is, I mean, just from my own history, it's such a drag to feel like I'm clicking with somebody and then find out quite a bit on that some major values or things that I feel are, just daily lifestyle are very different where it gets in the way. So I guess I'm just wondering, how long are you saying to stay in because it sounds like it's superficial, even though you're saying infuse your emotion by saying, oh, I love broccoli and cheese. It's like if you're holding back and purposely staying superficial, then if you have another pleasant, wonderful evening with the person, but you're refraining from going deep, to me, that's setting me up for disappointment and hurt. So I think that behavior of like digging for, answers and information, that's part of just kind of the mindset of, I'd like to know up front, what's important to this person, how they live each day, what are their values? Because if I don't know that, we can be having the happiest old time, but I don't really want to nurture being attracted to somebody who's fundamentally not going to meet some deeper needs. So that's what's coming up for me.
It's such a good question. I'm
Thank you.
so happy that you addressed this. And I'm sure a lot of people in this room are sharing the same thing, right? And it's like we talked about last night. Sometimes what you fear is what you want, and what you want is what you fear. And it's this tug of war, within yourself, because you're trying to vet against being hurt or disappointed down the line. But then if you're not open in the beginning, then you're missing opportunity for those things to happen. So you stay stuck, right? Like it can almost like not progress as a way of protection rather than being open. Let's definitely have a deeper discussion. I actually want to gift somebody. Actually, I want to gift you all this because I'm not supposed to. Andrew, are you there? Just because, like,
Hey,
like a
Kimmy,
lot.
yes.
Do you have my breakthrough link with my one-on-one? If you could look for
Checking.
that link, that would be great. I would love to gift all of you a bonus of a free coaching call. I wasn't prepared to give that to you, but because first of all, there were so many tech issues and we lost a lot of people, and you were the ones that came back. I just feel like, again, we're all so different and we're all like in different places. On your breakthrough call, I want to kind of, first of all, hear what came up for you, kind of like what you were saying, Joyce, and we can flush out maybe some ideas just for you and tailor it a little bit more, because I wish we had more time together, and this way I can really like talk to you personal. Would you all like that? Okay, great. So Andrew, if you could get that from Kimberly, I know that she had that. And if not, I can try to find it in my many tabs that I have open. Because I do have, obviously, I have something to share with you if you want to keep everything going right now, but I don't know what happened to that link.
So just checking, is it your website page, Kimmy's?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
It's a different link.
No. You know what? I think I found it. Hold on. Here we go. I found it. Okay. And I just updated my calendar, y'all, but what I encourage you to do, here it is. I just put it in the chat. If for some reason there's not a time that works for you, please just email me, reach out to me. Happy to, like find a time. I'm going out of town next week. So if there's something that you can find that would be like in the next coming week, and I want to keep the motivation going, let's do that. So awesome. And because Joyce too, I wanna have a personal conversation. You've been awesome. I feel like I know you already, and I want to just like keep it going because I totally feel what you're saying. All right. So I know not all of you have been here for all of this, but from what you heard thus far, which part of like these skills that we've been talking about, I'm calling it flirt skills, but it's also dating skills, right? That you know that you need to work on? Is it your sexy style? Is it your body language? Is it the flirty conversations? Like, what is it? I'm not going to be able to do. And keep those notes. So when we have a personal call together, I want to be able to have these notes, so that I can know how to help you. Because if I don't talk to you for like another 5 days or 6 days, you might forget. Let me open the chat and see what you guys. All of them. Okay. Joni, awesome. I can't wait to talk with you more. No, and this is good. And again, it's like you're probably thinking, like, how do you nail it down? Like, how do I get a sexy style? How do I know I need a sexy style? How do I invite more body signals that, solicit that kind of attraction and flirtiness? It has nothing to do with you. I really want you to hear this. It's knowing where the gaps are. So if you rated yourself high with style but low in conversation, that's good. That's a good thing to know, because there's a big gap in between. And the notion is, well, I know I need to work on conversations. It's bringing up your conversation skills to meet where your style is. Because remember, you're a package. We are all complex and uniquely us. And all you can do is figure out where your sticking points are and just put them into practice so that you're bettering yourself and getting a different result. So it's not that you're broken or there's no hope. It's just that you haven't made shifts either that you haven't been aware of, you're scared of, and that you've been in habit with. And once you know that you can put some strategies into place to break those bad habits. Like if you've been an over caretaker your whole life and you've been attracting narcissists and emotionally unavailable people, great, that's like good news. Your confidence lives in being a caretaker. It's not to get rid of it. Your journey is then to become more of a king or a queen, become more like selfish a little bit, right? And by the way, when I say that, caretakers cringe. You're like, oh, I don't want to be selfish. But there's no way as you as a caretaker can ever be selfish, because you're not, right? So I say selfish in ways of just like owning yourself, looking in the mirror and saying, I'm sexy and I got it going on. Not worrying what another person wants of you. You just showing up as you and going after what you want. I love it. Like there was another woman that says, well, I go to the gym all the time, but I don't meet anyone. I said, great. What are you doing to like create conversations at the gym? Well, nobody wants to talk to anybody because everyone has their headphones on and everyone looks like they're busy. I said, well, what if you stop worrying about everyone's busyness and just start talking to people? Because the people who want to talk will just talk to you. She did it the next day. She met another single woman. She got asked out. And these are people that she's been seeing all the time. You know what I'm saying? So your question about where are the quality people, they are everywhere. You just maybe haven't seen them for all the reasons we've been talking about today. So the good news is it just takes strategy and it just takes skills. And if you only take away one thing from today, remember, I have shown you some proven things in ways of stories with all my clients, but also like just with how you're auditing yourself, right? That if you look and feel and act like a confident man or a woman, that can work both ways, you will attract whoever you want and who you deserve. It's just literally like having a method, so to speak. So what I was saying before, I mean, you have two options. You've been in this beautiful weekend all together. Some of you popped in and out. Some of you are listening to the replay. And you can take this information and you can just do it yourself. And that's fine. Like I hope that all of you are committed to doing one thing that you heard today. Maybe it's, counting blue eyes. Maybe it's getting a little closer to somebody. Maybe it's going to the grocery store every Wednesday at 5 o'clock and just practice talking to men or women. The thing that I find is that after an event like this, everyone is really motivated and they get really excited. But then the motivation starts going down as time goes on. right? We've all experienced this. I've been on conferences, I've been on things, and I am so gung-ho and I'm going to implement all this stuff and I'm going to practice. But if you don't have the accountability, you don't have somebody like a community or a coach or people who are lifting you up, who are doing it with you, chances are you're just not going to do it, because remember what I said before, things are uncomfortable. It's hard to do things that are uncomfortable on your own. And the only time you do change is when you're in a state of that discomfort. So, I like to find ways to shortcut it all. Obviously, I know not all of you can fly here to LA to do an in-person experience. Not all of you can come and do a dating retreat with me. And if you are interested in either one of those, definitely when we have our call, ask me about it, because I would love, like, if it's a fit, we can talk about it. But I have been developing this program for years and trying to figure out what would be helpful way to really keep the community going so that you can practice. It's co-ed and you still get the coaching with it. So here's the shortcut. And here is a way of kind of like, again, not making just the mistakes on your own, but also letting the motivation go down. So it's a group of men and women. And here's my special offer. And again, like, you can get this anytime, but I am giving like a bonus in ways of financial bonus off. It's called Kimmy's Love Hub. The picture you see here, these are people who came to my retreat, but a lot of them were in my Love Hub first. It was kind of like a first step for them. Some of them did the opposite. Some of them went to my retreat and then they went to the Love Hub so they could keep things going. So it works really well, like wherever you're at. The benefit of it is that because you're in a community with all these different people who are just like you overcome fears naturally because you're with everybody who is just like you. Like, even in the small group together, you all got really comfortable with each other, especially people who were here last night. Like Joyce and Brenda, I feel like I already know you. Like, there's comfort in repetition and in classes. Meeting amazing men and women, and there's always going to be kind of like a plan. Having kind of you master the art of making those first impressions, dating, flirting, making online dating work for you like maybe it never did before. Remember, I use online dating as more of a practice portal than the end all be all of meeting the one. And, turning into charm that is flirty and fun, that you attract just both men and women. I've had people in the Love Hub meet each other, and we do, and I'm going to go over just kind of the components, but these are just some of the benefits that people have had. You'll definitely become more of an expert when it comes to conversation. It seems like this group, you really want to like master that, both online and offline. We cover both. It's a 6-month kind of club. And what we do, and what's kind of cool, because you just experienced a simulation of what I do on my workshops, but imagine doing monthly workshops like we just did, but fine-tuning each of the areas that we touched upon today. On top of it, we do a ton of practice with each other. We do breakout rooms. Everyone's required in Kimmy's Love Hub to have their camera on and be into practice. Because again, the only time that you're going to shift some of these habits is practice in a safe way. So it's a platform for men and women, and you it's almost like a Facebook group, but it's put on a private portal, and men and women are chatting with each other and they're giving each other support, and women are posting pictures and men are giving feedback, and it's like an instant like friendship. And again, people are coming from all over the world. It doesn't matter where you live. And it's not about like finding people to date, but naturally it's happened, right? Because people are with each other for 6 months. There's going to be some people who have things in common, or maybe you find somebody that is in the same state as you. So I do these live monthly workshops, and they all hone in on different skills like conversation hacks, the flirting, the body language, everything that we covered today. There's always a VIP room where you get like different exercises that we practice, doing things with. And there always is going to be different men and different women every month. So besides Kimmy's Love Hub, people come to my workshops from different ways, like from my podcast, from my community. Rano and Sierra might send some people my way, you know. And so what's cool is that we have different energy and different people in there. So you'll always get a chance to meet different people. But the Kimmy's Love Hub are always like the consistent ones. And then this is kind of cool. You get an app and a portal where I drip weekly challenges into the app. And it's kind of like a Peloton for dating, if you know, know how that is. And it gamifies things. It makes you go out in the world and do things. So yeah, Joyce, I might say, go to the grocery store and make eye contact with 5 guys a day. And then it tracks, you know, kind of like how you're doing on your own app. It's all self-paced. No one sees it but you. But what's cool is that people give each other love in the Love Hub. It's like, oh my God, I just did this challenge. Did anyone find it really hard? And it just makes it more fun. Things that maybe you know you need to do, but you just don't do it on your own. You definitely get a strategy call with me. So on top of the bonus that I gave you tonight, you would get another one. And, you know, my private coaching is definitely more than this program. So in a way, you're already getting 2 coaching calls with, you know, moving on with me. And this is the most fun. And this is why I was so excited that Eden was happening now. So every 6 months, I do a speed dating event. It's virtual. And I set you up with 3 people in your age bracket. And I'm very intentional on who, so it takes a lot to organize. But then you go on speed dating rounds in the breakout rooms. But here's the cool part. It's not about meeting people or matchmaking. It's actually about practice and getting feedback on how you're coming across. I mean, where else do you get that, right? So after each date, the men and the women write feedback on each other on different areas. Body language, conversation skills, flirt skills, right? And so you get like an assessment. I always say, like, if you get one thing from one person, it's just an opinion. If you get it 3 times, it's a fact, you know, and then it's just something, you know, you need to work on. So it's definitely that kind of self-awareness. I would say that every time I do one, at least 1 or 2 dates come out of it. Because again, there's no pressure for dating, but I will never stop anyone from moving on with each other. So that's super fun. And the reason why it's exciting is that my next one is in September. So if you sign up now, we will keep the train going with all of this. And of course, if you can't make every workshop, then you can get the recordings and all the materials that go with it. And so here's the thing. I mean, I would say this program is definitely for you if you're serious about making like the real change. Like if you are more in kind of the space and time in your life where you're the passenger, right? And you're more into listening, like you're not into participating. You just are getting out of divorce. You're just learning some of this stuff. You're scared. You still have more healing to do. I mean, I totally get it. And by the way, if that's you, maybe more personal coaching is going to be right for you. And that's when we can have a conversation about it. But if you are like, I'm serious, like I want to keep going. This was super fun. And I can only imagine if I keep going with some of this stuff, the shifts that will start happening, like you already are starting to make some awareness for yourself, then I would just jump on this because I would say, like, if you're wanting to move from the passenger seat to the driver's seat, that's when you push the pedal to the metal, right? Like that's when you go. The thing is that you can accelerate and you can say, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. But if you don't have a roadmap, then you're driving aimlessly, right? Like think about that metaphor. It's like if you have a roadmap and you're pushing the accelerator, you're just going to get results faster. That's all. So this really is more of like a fast track into it. And you'll be with a community of people doing it. And that's the other thing. You have to be willing to take action. Like if you're just going to be sitting there, just, you know, listening and not doing, or, you know, maybe you're just in that kind of state where you know that it's not going to work, then guess what? It won't work. If you already think that, then that you're going to make that happen. But if you're feeling like, no, I think this is something that could really work for me, then you know that that's going to work for you. Remember my story in the beginning. That woman who said that there were no men out there, up until she said that there weren't, right? So it's like you also have to counter against how much is fear and limiting beliefs stopping you from taking action, and how much is it's just reality. Like there are some people who like you just can't do it, whether it's financial, whether like you're taking care of a sick mother, like, and that's real, obviously, but check in with yourself about that, because if it's more the fear-based and the limiting beliefs, then I believe, if you can believe it, that this could just shake things up for you, that this could help you kind of get over the hump. And spots are limited. Like, I only take on a certain amount of people in each cycle. I don't want Kimmy's Love Hub to be this like 100 people thing, because then it loses the intimacy. I love small groups like this, to be honest. Like, I'm glad who showed up. We, at one point, I think we had about 20 people on the call. That's awesome. Like, my retreats are small too. I only take 15 to 20 people. That's because I want to kind of be in the trenches with you, and I want to get to know each of you personally, and so that's important. So if this is something you're interested, just go to kimmyslovehub.com. Andrew, if you could put the link there in the chat, kimmyslovehub.com. You can see all the information about it. I also alluded to, I have a bonus for you. Here is the free strategy session again. I was going to just offer it to the VIPs, but I want to reward all of you for being here. So again, I'm putting that also in the chat. You can also QR code it if you want to. But the other thing is kind of that fast action thing. I know I've sat on things and I'll be like, oh, I'll just look at it later. But then time goes on and I don't do anything. Change happens when you start like in that kind of phase of the wave of taking action. Like, all of you obviously took action by even coming, first of all, to Eden. Second of all, if you're watching the replay, you're still taking action. But most of all, I want to speak to the people in this Zoom room live who has stayed with me from last night all the way up until now. Again, like, just keep going with it. So if you're like ready to do it in the next 48 hours, I'm giving you $500 off. Right now it's $19.97. It's a little under $2,000. This will kick off $500, and this is if you pay in full, okay? And so it'll be $14.97 in the next 48 hours. So what you're gonna do is you'll go to kimmyslovehub.com, and then you just put in LOVE, love 500. Make sure you do the capital L. And so actually, Andrew, it's just the capital L and then lowercase OVE 500. So it's a little bit, I think it's sensitive to that. So
It's case sensitive. Makes sense. I'll
yeah, just in case. I'm not sure what my VA did, but that is it. So I would love to like just keep going with you. I'd love to see some of you in the Love Hub. I'd love to get on calls with you for those of you who are on the fence, or you are also thinking of like other programs in the dating retreat. Remember Lisa, like, the thing that I didn't tell you is that she was a narcissist magnet. What I didn't tell you is she had like, oh my God, so many toxic relationships. I think she was married 3 times. She was so scared. She had no experience dating. She obviously had the frumpy wardrobe. She didn't realize that. She thought she had a good wardrobe. And she really was running dating like a business. And what I mean by that is she was hard-nosing it. Like, she was swiping, but she was numbing out. Like, she's like, now I'm dating, right? And she was swiping, but she wasn't really, like, she wasn't in it. She wasn't walking through life with this kind of dating energy that needed to happen, or putting together a plan with intention. She started in Kimmy's Love Hub, and after I met her at a conference, she started there, and then she started volunteering to go on the news to talk about how things were just happening for her. Instead of the strategy call with me, I ended up doing the virtual makeover. So happy to talk to you about that. So my virtual makeovers alone are 500. If you get this already at the $14.97, you're almost like getting a free makeover if you think about that. Happy to substitute the strategy session with the virtual makeover. And again, that's where everything just started happening for her. And she really was so focused on the man and not on herself. So I put her in that detached dating formula that we talked about earlier, and had a really hard time setting boundaries for herself with men, with herself. And as you see now, she is completely different. I mean, obviously you heard her talking. For those of you who weren't here in the beginning, definitely watch the replay. We showcased her transformation on the news. She learned how to slow down. She is sexy. She is confident. She's having men out of nowhere running up to her and saying, I just want to tell you, you're beautiful. She's never had that. But most of all, she's broken the bad habit of communicating her feelings and what she wants. She's showing up strong. She's dating up a storm. And it all started with saying hello to me at a conference, signing up for the Love Hub, and saying yes. Because here's the thing, you got to ask yourself, what if you didn't say yes, right? Like nothing would happen, right? If you didn't say yes, nothing would happen. You're just staying the same. But if you say yes, then you're shifting, you're moving, you're in a community of people, you're practicing skills, you're building resiliency so you don't feel the rejection so much. All the things that you talked about and ways of your fears or the ways of barriers and what you're talking about. So any questions? I will open it up to any questions about Kimmy's Love Hub, and then we'll kind of move into the VIP portion. And with the VIP portion, I'll just see how many of you are there, and we'll kind of decide, like, but I will answer questions. I will be doing some, like, a little bit of coaching in there for those of you who want it. Yeah, and Joyce, if you're in there, we can talk a little bit more about what you asked previously. So Joyce, oh yes, you do need to go to bed. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. I hope I get to talk to you. I hope I see you in the Love Hub.
I signed up. Well, the Love Hub, I don't live in LA, but I signed up for this half-hour coaching, which I would really appreciate. And then we can kind of
Great. Well, and remember the Love Hub is all virtual. I just want to say that. Like dating retreats are one thing that's more like, flying to where, but the Love Hub is you can be anywhere in the world and do it. So it's all virtual. The speed dating is virtual too. So just to clarify, it doesn't matter where you live, you can. And then even if you can't make some of the workshops, you will get the replays, and you just kind of pop in when you can. And even if you are late, you can just come into the VIP rooms. That's what makes it really fun being a VIP Kimmy's Love Hub person, is you can use as much or as little as it at your own pace kind of thing. And at the end of 6 months, you will actually have a course that you can go back to and refer to, because you're always going to get a replay, and I focus on different skills each month.
Okay, I will definitely keep that in mind.
Yeah. So hopefully that clarifies things. Yeah.
If I get to sleep too late, I'm toast in the morning.
I know. Go. Well, thank you so much for showing up, for volunteering. I loved your energy. Thank you. I'm excited to talk to you. Okay. Bye. Any other questions? I think, Brenda, did you raise your hand? Oh, no. Anybody else? I just put you on gallery because I didn't see all of you. And if you had questions and you don't want to unmic yourself, Matthew, I'm curious about the closing ritual, but also like this discovery, conversation. Andrew, maybe this is an Andrew question. I was told that the closing ceremony was just for the couples. Is that correct?
So it is for both couples and singles as well. Like anybody can sort of jump in.
Oh, okay. Because I was told that it was catered more towards the couples,
That's
because
correct. Yeah.
I know that the singles didn't want to miss out if they were in the VIP room to do that. So that's what my understanding was as well, is that
And that's just a 15-minute thing. So that would be finishing right around 5:45 ET. So we're good.
yeah. So Matthew, totally up to you. Are you VIP? Matthew? You are. Okay, yeah. I would love to
Yes.
like keep you in the room if you want to. Um, but it's totally personal choice. And we'll probably hang out depending on how many of you want to hang out in the VIP for another like half hour, I would say, to do some laser coaching and discussion with each other. So we will do that. And no, in the Kibby's Love Hub, and this is what I couldn't get to guys today because I have to have the cameras on in order to do it. We do a lot of breakout sessions where we practice conversations. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I have an improv background, just as a warning. So I do make you do like silly things and fun things in ways of games. And we have a ton of interaction. Like a lot of you were asking like the how to, like, well, how do I get playful or how do I do that? We do exercises that put you into the playful things. I think that the hardest thing is that if you are really like a high achiever, an intellect, introvert, and you're used to being more cerebral, I always joke, there is no way to teach you how to be in a playful energy in your body by being in your head, right? It's almost like an oxymoron. So, right? So like if you're like, well, how do I be playful? And then you're going on YouTube and you're watching YouTubes or you're reading a book or you're watching replays, like that's all good, but it's all up here. The only way you're gonna embody it is to do it. It's muscle memory, right? You remember my red dress moment. I had to put on that red dress to viscerally feel different. Matthew put on a leather jacket and there was a difference in your body, right? Like it's these simple things. So that's why Kimmy's Love Hub is very unique to other memberships. I mean, I know there's a ton of coaching programs out there. And look, I've done group coaching and the formality of it. I just didn't want to do another coaching program where you can get anywhere. It happens in the practice. The other thing is that it's co-ed. There's just too many things out there that are just women focused or just men. Like, right? Like we can, like ladies, we can get and cackle together and complain about the men and talk about the men. And men, I can put you all in a room together and we can talk about, you know, the hot messes of the women and blah, blah. Like I get it. Like I get both conversations. But why are we separating the men and the women when we can talk to each other? And that's the magic that happens when we're all in a room together, whether it's at the Love Hub, whether it's at my retreat. So I'm just like, you see my passion. Like I'm just so determined because I see the shifts that happen to people in such a short amount of time when people are in action based, not in thinking based. So different. Any other questions about Love Hub, about anything? Okay. Well, if you don't have any other questions, we can just kind of move into the Q&A and let's do some like kind of laser coaching. Andrew, do we know, is everyone that's here a VIP now, or do we move into another room or?
I'm actually checking with Kimberly. If you could give me like 2 minutes, maybe run something in the meantime, that would be helpful.
Yeah. Okay, great. And I mean, I trust y'all, like, you know who you are. I didn't know if we're like moving into another room either to do this. So, well, while we're doing that, oh, Michelle, what time are the Love Hub? Oh, wait, I'm getting some more questions about Love Hub and stuff. Okay. What time are the Love Hub sessions? Okay, so the live sessions are always 4 p.m. Pacific time, 7 p.m. Eastern time. I kind of roll like how I did today. We go for about 2.5 hours with the PowerPoint, and then we move into the last portion to do the breakout rooms and the practice in the VIP room. So again, like kind of what happened today simulates what we do. You do not have to stay the entire time. You don't have to be there in the beginning. You don't have, it's just so fluid. It's up to you. And like when you can be there, and when you're not there, if you have a conflict, then you'll get the replays. They're not the same days every month either. So I do that on purpose, because like if I set it always on Tuesdays for 6 months, there may be a conflict that somebody has on Tuesdays, and I want to give people chances to come live to most of them. So sometimes I'll do them on Tuesdays, sometimes I'll do them on Wednesdays. You'll always know about a month ahead of time when the next month is. So that was a great question. Oh, Ronnie, you too. Oh, good. I'm so glad. Oh, you're in the UK. Oh my gosh. I love that you stayed up. And by the way, I just got back from London. So my time zone is all, I was in London, and then I was in California, and then I went to New York, and now I'm back here. So I'm just kudos to you for staying up, and I look forward to chatting with you. The retreats, you know what? I'm not going to go over cost of retreat, because they first of all, they vary. I have different payment plans. What I would say is, if you're interested in the retreat, I would definitely encourage you to just hop on a call with me, and then we can flesh out the details. What I can tell you is that my next one is November 7th, 8th, and 9th. So there's a bit of time, although I am doing like an early bird special that definitely, like if you hop on now, in the next 2 weeks, so by September 1st, it'll kind of go to regular price. So definitely talk to me sooner or later. And it's going to be in Temecula, California. So, I don't know, Michelle, super close to you. I remember you're in Southern California, right? Did I remember that right? Woo, woo. Okay, so just think about that. It's in Temecula.
Sorry. Yes. I'm in Orange County. Yeah, totally doable. Totally
Yeah.
doable.
Well, and it's super fun. I do different retreats. Like last spring, I did Key West, and we coached out in the field. Like we were on a boat, and we did all these different things, and we went bar hopping. I do a mix of things, and every retreat is different. This time, we're doing new photos. We're doing a glam session, both for men and women. We're doing dancing. We're doing scavenger hunts. We're going out and we're doing practicing on the town. And it's all inclusive. Like you get all your meals, your drinks, all the photos, makeup session. Like it's really jam-packed. And we do a lot of things in fun and practice, but I also go deep. I do by day 3, everyone's getting really, really like close to one another, and we let go. Like there's a lot of things that shift and happen in the room. Again, I only take 15 to 20 people. What's also kind of cool is you all get put in a WhatsApp channel, and I never close down the channel, which is really cool. So I have cohorts of people that I've worked with that are still friends. They're traveling together. They still give each other advice in the WhatsApp channel. And you get 5 group coaching calls with it. So we meet before, and then we keep kind of the motivation going with group coaching calls afterwards as well. So yeah, I only do them twice a year. So if you're interested, I definitely would let me know now. And I'm already starting to fill. I don't advertise it. That's why I just kind of I didn't really mention it on the call before, but since you guys were interested and we're a small enough group, it's more invite only. I like to just talk to see if it's a match. I don't just put it on my website and say sign up. Like nobody can do that. So anyway, good questions. All right. Oh, Brenda, is the price for the room included? That's the only thing that's not included, but I always do something special with like a room rate. This year, okay, I'm gonna spill the beans. Literally, it just happened last week. I'm renting a mansion, okay, and so kind of going off the whole idea of the Golden Bachelor, like we're kind of replicating the whole mansion experience. So you will be staying in a hotel and being transported to the mansion in this particular thing. So it's not, don't worry, nobody gets a rose at the end of the night. I'm not going that far. And I'm not trying to match make you all. This is all about like learning and growth and practice. But I'm not going to stop anyone either. So if I've had some things happen at my retreat. So, which is good. It's all good. Yes, it's co-ed, Michelle. It's co-ed. I don't always do co-ed. This iteration, I am doing co-ed. I've had other retreats that are called Spark Your Sexy that are just for women, and I just focus on sex appeal and femininity. I may do a workshop on that in September in Arizona if you're interested in that. So that's why I'm saying, like, please get in touch with me, get on my mailing list, book a call. Like we can kind of see like what's right for you. But at the very least, hop on Kimmy's Love Hub because that's almost like a no-brainer if the price is okay for you, because you can always use that too as credit against the bigger packages. A lot of my bigger packages include Kimmy's Love Hub anyway. So it's literally a no-brainer. Even if you're interested in the retreat, like we can do a combo with both the retreat and Kimmy's Love Hub, which has been a popular thing that people do. Because that, again, there's more sticking power with the longevity of it. So awesome. I know. And Michelle, for you, I mean, gosh, it's like in your hood. But I have people come from all over. And again, I always like switch up the locations. So, all right. Well, for those of you who are left, let's do a little bit of just kind of conversation. Andrew, were you going to say something? I saw you.
Yes, I was about to say, so we are using the same line for the VIP as well.
Okay, I figured that. All right. So we'll just kind of stay here. Why don't we actually, I would love to just do quick, like laser intro. I would love for you to just say who you are, where you live, because also there might be a chance to meet somebody here. And also name a superpower that you have. Something that you're really good at. And maybe something that you normally don't share about. Maybe it's a talent, maybe it's a skill, but something that you're really good at. So let's do that first, and then we'll kind of go over maybe some scenarios that you might all need help with. So Brenda, why don't you go first? And you can unmic yourself now. We don't have to use the chat.
A superpower that I have. My mom says that I have the unique talent to talk to anybody.
I so get that from you too. You do.
You know, I talk to people at the grocery store. I say hello to anybody.
I love that. I love that. And where do you live again? You cut out in the beginning. I don't think you unmiked yourself in the beginning.
Mesa, Arizona.
Mesa, Arizona. Oh my gosh. So maybe you, if I do my Spark Your Sexy in Arizona, you should come to that.
Right.
Yeah,
You're
I'm thinking
ENA, right?
yes, yes.
They
Oh
have
my
a
God.
new manager now. Yeah.
I didn't realize you were connected with ENA. Oh, this is so good. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we'll talk. Awesome. Then you just pick someone else and we'll just popcorn it. Can you see the people's name on the screen? You can just pick somebody to go.
Oh, I picked somebody else.
Yeah, yeah.
How about Joyce Gerber?
Okay, thank you. Now is this more social rather than professional superpower?
Oh, it could be anything.
Because they're in
Pretty much
both.
anything. Yeah, anything.
Okay, well, I I feel like I have the capacity to help people heal their bodies.
Ooh, that's really cool. And
In a
can you share like
health
how?
in a health kind of.
And the health. Oh, that's beautiful. And where do you live? Share that.
I live in Los Angeles, the community of Playa Vista.
Yeah,
So
I know.
you're 25 minutes away from me.
I know. I love that you're a neighbor. You also should consider the retreat. We should definitely talk. Okay, that's awesome. And you pick somebody else now.
Oh, Matthew.
Matthew.
You have to unmute.
Okay. I'm muted. Okay, there I am. I live in Northern California, up in Nevada City, California. Divorced dad. Superpower, interesting. That's That's very tricky for me. I don't know. Sing opera? I don't.
There you go. Do you really? Do you sing opera?
I can sing opera. I'm not great, but I can do it.
Okay. Do you see how
It's
he just kind
it's
of
fun.
like slid that in like that? Own that, Matthew. Like, I don't know, I get a sense from you is that you don't own yourself as much. Like, I like, you're like, oh, I don't have any. Like, that's a huge superpower. And then that's part of the confidence building too, for sure.
Yeah,
I don't
somewhere
know.
in the chat you asked about maybe second act or something. So
Yeah.
it was like I feel like I'm in my fifth act, and it's like I don't own myself now, although I might have done so more so when I was younger. So I'm not clear exactly what this
Yeah.
fifth act entails right now. So owning who that person is has not yet fully revealed itself. So
I so
anyway,
appreciate that.
that's what I know
Yeah.
now.
Thanks for sharing
Yeah.
that. And did you sign up for a call with me? I'd love to chat with you more too.
I actually did, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Yeah. Well, I didn't share this with my story in the sense of like how you're framing it. But, it was funny because when I was younger, I thought I was a really confident person. And when the divorce happened, it was like she left the building, right? Like I didn't know where my confidence went. Like I kept saying to myself back then, I remember it's like, what happened to me? Like, this is not me. And who am I? And this is it's just when you have a divorce or, any trauma that has happened, it can really affect your confidence big time. You can still be a confident person, but then like there's areas that you start losing confidence in, and maybe it's just like the relationship stuff and the dating stuff, and so I really appreciate what you said. I think we've all had some kind of, like relation to that. So thank you. All right, pick somebody else.
Michelle.
Hi, everybody. I'm in Orange County, California. Sorry, Jermaine. My superpower, so I teach ESL. I have an ability, I feel like, to connect with people for other cultures, other countries. I feel very comfortable with them.
I love that. Oh, cool. Awesome. And she's in Orange County, California. Okay, pick someone
Yeah.
else.
Okay. How about Brittany?
Brittany, are you able to at least talk? And you can write in the chat if you're not able to. Oh, there you are.
Sorry, just got done construction, got a couple rooms wired, and I was like, I'm just gonna try to squeeze in because it said it was still on. So, yeah, as I spoke with you yesterday, I was driving. I'm just divorced as of the 14th, so it's almost been a month. And one of my superpowers is if I want to meet somebody, I actually do. They can be a movie star, they can be a famous singer, they can be whoever, but I'll actually meet them.
That is super powerful. And like you were saying yesterday, sometimes that superpower probably scares you too at the same time.
Right? Because sometimes it's disappointing. You meet them and they're like drunk and rude. And then I'm like, oh, no, I don't like you as much.
Yeah. Right. Be careful what you wish for, kind of thing. Yeah. I'm so glad you popped back on. That's awesome. Let's see. Who do we have left? I'll just call James. Are you able to say hi? Nope. Going once, going twice. He might be here to just listen. That's fine. And then, oh, Joyce, you're on here twice. I think we got everybody. Okay. Awesome. Well,
My phone,
just,
sorry.
oh yeah, no worries. Since we are, oh, somebody else just popped in. Hi, Roman. It's good to have you.
Hello.
Hello. We were just introducing ourselves, saying where you're from and what your superpower is. That's how we're starting.
Okay.
And it could be anything.
I'm from heaven. but more locally from Houston, Texas. My superpower: activate energy orgasm within the people.
I was
Whether
gonna
it's a male or
say,
female.
well,
This is
I was gonna say if you didn't say that, I would have commented on it because you have it written everywhere that this is obviously a superpower that you have. Awesome, welcome. We're a smaller group. You know, we lost a lot of people along the way. Some of it was tech and some of it was just, you know, it's been a long day. So we're just gonna do like a Q&A right now and do some like scenarios. What I'd love to, and kind of like what we did last night, um, does anyone have like a dating challenge that they're having that they would want a little help around? And let's just kind of, you know, and also I'll try to bring it to a more general sense and give you some strategies that maybe could relate to all of you too. But I'd love to just focus on, you know, one person who would like to, first of all, share, but also get a little help around. Anybody have anything?
I can always go, but I will wait if somebody else needed more help.
Okay.
Well, I would love coaching. I don't know have a specific. Oh, I guess what we talked about last time, maybe self-confidence.
Self-confidence.
So I teach ESL, and in my classroom, and with people from other cultures, I feel very comfortable. But when it comes from a dating situation, I don't know. I think maybe I feel guarded, or unfortunately my dad was very emotionally abusive. So I think either I don't feel safe, I don't feel like my real self can come out. Because I can be playful and fun, but I feel like that part of me doesn't necessarily come out.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, I have an idea of what maybe we could flesh out a little bit because obviously, like, we'll have a private conversation and we can talk more. But
Okay.
had there been a situation recently where maybe like you were intrigued or interested in a guy, where like something didn't happen, that maybe like we can kind of like, because I'd love to hear more specific scenarios and how it shows up for you.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I do. There are a few guys I am interested in, um, and I maybe don't know how to like show them, or yeah. So there's this. So I go to like Christian singles events, and there's a once a month thing, and there's a guy there that shows up, and I saw him last month. I'm gonna see him again this Friday, and yeah, he seemed really friendly, and we talked, and I mean, it just feels like I'm friends. You know, I don't know if he's interested or not, but it's just very easily friend zoned. I mean, we talk, and he sat next to me, and it was a group like 10 people, and we had dinner, and then played games, and then I laughed. You know, that was over. But um, yeah. So
Okay, that's a perfect scenario. And
okay.
so it doesn't feel like it feels like friend zoney?
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. His name's Jonathan, and he was explaining why he stopped going to this other singles group because this girl kept texting him, and it was too much for him, and he stopped going to this other group completely. So I think there's a fine line between showing interest and being assertive, aggressive. Yeah, no, I don't know. I think a lot of guys, I do feel like I'm friend zoned, and I don't know exactly what I'm doing. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's a perfect scenario just to kind of review. When you think about, and again, it's hard to see yourself because it's hard to see outside yourself, but maybe like feeling into more your body. Do you feel a little like reclusive in those situations? Stiff? Like are you more like leaning back? Or are you leaning in? Are you touching him? Are you laughing? Are you playing with your hair? Like, can you give yourself an audit a little bit?
That's a good question. Yeah, yeah, I think I felt somewhat relaxed. We kind of did like a little side hug, and chatted and felt
Wait,
friendly
a
and felt
side
comfortable.
hug?
Well, it's a group of people. It was just that's what
Yeah.
Christian guys do. They just do these side hugs. That's what they do. They're very much, yeah, very much, yeah. They did it to
Okay.
everyone, not just me. Not just me. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
They're a whole different breed, believe me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'd be something for me to observe because of Friday, it's the once a month thing will happen this Friday night. So this is
Yeah.
good. What kind of coaching? What can I do, not do? This is really good timing. So what? What do you
Do you-
suggest? Or
Okay. Well, instead of just telling you, do you mind, would you be up to playing a little game right now?
maybe. What do you want me to do?
Having a little fun, because I think this will be helpful for everybody.
Okay.
Matt, would you be okay to be a volunteer and go on a date with Michelle right now? Can we have a little fun here? Right now, we're
You're
just gonna do an
speaking to
exercise.
me?
Yes, Matthew. Yes.
Yeah.
Would you be up for it?
We'll
All
be fine.
right. Okay. Oh, good. Thank
Sure,
you.
let's play.
Andrew just pinned the two of you. Can you all can see the two of them here? Okay. All right. So let's do a little practice because I have a feeling Matthew has similar things going on to you, Michelle, because you both alluded to having some fears and some confidence issues in different areas. And so I am going to wait, hold on one second. Bear with me. I'm going to give you a private directive, okay?
Okay.
And this is all for fun, okay? We're all just here to learn and grow. Where's the okay.
This is the chat. You're giving us something?
I'm gonna do, yeah. So Michelle, let me find you. Oh shoot. Andrew,
Hey, Kimmy. Yeah.
I can't private chat anybody. Is there a way that you can make me do that, like as a co-host?
So can you click on new chat for a moment? Do you see new chat, like a blue icon on your
Yeah.
chat tab?
Oh yeah,
All
yeah.
right. So if you click on that, you can just search for the person by name.
Oh, that's
It's
a
like a
new
DM.
feature.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Michelle, I'm gonna do this. Okay. Okay, this is for you. Okay.
Did you put something in the chat?
Yeah.
I'm still
You don't
looking
see
for
it?
it. Not yet.
Okay, yeah. Take your time to look for it. And then I don't know, Andrew, you might have to help her. I think Zoom changed with these private chats.
That's correct. So, Michelle, next to the channel chat or the group chat, you should be able to see another icon also, just next to the general chat. That would have like the private chat that comes in.
I see after chat reactions and then share, all captions, record, show CCC, whiteboard, and documents.
Could you open your meeting chat? So can you click on the chat button for a moment?
Yep, I'm there.
All right. Do you see any messages that came in?
No, the last one is mine. How fun is it co-ed?
Okay. So that's the meeting chat. Next to the blue icon, so there's a blue icon there. Just next to that, you should be able to see Kimmy's name.
Do you see my name? Yeah, right next to where it says main chat. There's like little icons and you see my little face there.
I'm on my phone. Does that make a difference?
Oh, phones are hard too.
I can log on my computer if that helps. I'm on my phone.
Matthew, did you get mine?
I believe I did, yes.
Don't read it out loud. That's for you. And I'll tell you what you're gonna
Figured it was private.
Okay, bear with me. This is gonna be super fun once we get this going. And I think it's gonna help all of you just like watch, because these are the kinds of things I do in my Kimmy's Love Hub, and it's so much fun once we get going. The phone is super hard to navigate on Zoom. I don't know, Andrew, how to tell her where she can find my.
Do you want me to try to log in on the? I have my computer in front of me. If that's helpful.
That should help because with
That
the
would be
phone,
great.
Let me try to.
Yeah, if
Okay.
Zoom's feature is sort of migrating to the phone as well. Yeah.
Okay, let me try to. I can
Okay.
try to do that. It's right here.
Okay, as you're doing that, I'll kind of explain what's going to happen. So you two are going on a date, and you're at a restaurant. You're sitting next to each other, and you're meeting for the first time. Okay. It's happy hour. You each maybe have a glass of wine. And I will say that, let's see, you met online, and this is like your first time meeting. You've had a couple chats online, and now you're finally, like, you didn't have too much talking on the DMs. So this is really like your chance to get to know each other. Michelle is wearing a beautiful purple dress. She has her hair all done up.
And this in a weird way, but
okay.
that's the main one. And he's like, look, another. Oh, I'm in the main one.
He always imagined that we could take
Could
over
you
this.
exit from the main line?
Yeah. Okay. Can you send me a link? Let's see. Can you email me? That's what came up. Let me try to find it again.
Could you quickly just share your, I'm not sure if I have access to your email address.
Yeah, I'll just put it, I'll put it in the chat real quick.
All right.
I would put it in the main chat, but it'll give it all away of the game.
Yeah,
That's why you do like the private message.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah, just email me the link.
I'll delete your email on the chat once I send it. Thank you.
Okay.
Matthew, if you could do a little presto changeo and put on your leather jacket. Okay, we gotta prep here. We gotta do a little bit of date prep. I always tell everybody, like, get a date prep plan before. It's gonna make a big difference. And then after Michelle gets situated, Michelle, do you wear your glasses on dates? Do you need them?
No.
Okay, cool.
I just want to see, but no, I'm fine.
Do you have any red lipstick nearby?
Yes. Yeah. I can go put it on.
Can you spruce up a little bit, get a little date ready?
Okay. Give me a minute.
I want to have the full impact of the show here. And for those of you who are still on, you are going to be the observers, okay? Who do we have? We still have Joyce, Brenda, and Brittany. Anybody else? I can't see everybody. Is anybody else still on? Might just be us. Okay, so your job as the viewers is that you're just going to kind of observe how each of them are being on their dates. Like, I want you to pay attention to their body language, pay attention to like what's working, pay attention to their conversations, pay attention to maybe a shift that might be happening that could like indicate something that's flirty versus just friendly. Okay, so just take some notes, and then we're gonna have like a group discussion about it afterwards. So we just have to get Michelle all situated. Michelle, don't take too much time. Matthew, when's the last time that you were on a date? Like a formal date?
Well, I had a relationship end about 2 years ago, and ever since that ending, I really haven't. I mean, I probably maybe have done a little flirtation, a little dating, but nothing serious. I guess I went to the a show one night with a girlfriend.
Okay.
And she definitely friend zoned. She friend zoned me really quickly, and I was somewhat curious. And she, at the end of the show, she just got in her car and went home. She barely let me walk her to her car. She was like, she didn't want to go. And I go, okay.
And so that kind of shot your confidence down, and then you haven't been out since?
I did have a walk and talk with another woman, and she made it very clear to me that she was interested in marriage. And I was like, okay, that's probably a little too much too fast.
Too
And I
fast,
backed
right.
off. I did the ghosting thing. I said, well, I'm just gonna ghost that one because she's attractive and she's nice, and it could flow into something maybe, but
yeah,
I wasn't gonna let that happen. And she travels quite a bit, so I don't know that she'll be around much. And she just left town again for 3 months.
Oh,
So
got
it's
it.
like, okay,
Okay. Well, it
yeah,
sounds like you definitely need to be more in practice of just dating up a storm without like getting so caught up with each woman that you're with.
I tend to get serious too quickly.
Yeah,
That's
I
that
hear
attachment.
that. Mm-hmm. The
Yeah.
the detached dating would be really good for you. And so and that's why I'm so happy that you're going to do that. Like, let's just have a little fun with this exercise. I see Michelle's back. Andrew, can you pin her? And you're on your computer now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
I
awesome.
still am looking for your.
Okay, so in the top right corner, there's a blue icon that has like a little pencil.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I see it. Mhm.
Okay, click that, and then you'll
Oh.
see main chat, and
Yeah.
then you'll see my little icon.
Kimmy, see Andrew. I see
And then,
Andrew, Brenda, Brittany, Joyce.
okay, yeah,
So,
now click
so
on.
Kimmy, you'll probably have to send it again since she joined from her PC.
Okay, let me do it one more time. Oh, that's right, because she was on her phone. Got it. Okay, here is your message. Okay, I think we're in business now.
Aha, aha.
Don't read it out loud. Keep it to yourself. Okay. So
That's cute.
okay, so you're going to memorize that line. Matthew, you're going to memorize your line. It doesn't have to be exact, okay? But just like keep it like somewhat similar. Going back to your date. So you're on a date, you're at a bar, you have a drink in your hands, you met online. This is the first time you're actually meeting in person, IRL, and you're just getting to know everyone. Now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to act as if you are wildly attracted to one another. I don't care if you are or you're not. I want, like, Michelle, I want you to put on your Jessica Rabbit, if you know that reference. Like, I want you to just be over the top. Like, even if you have to be in, like it's a character, you know?
Okay.
Twirl the hair, pretend to touch him. Like, I know we're just simulating on Zoom. This is just a game and we're role playing. And try to stay away from factual stuff and try to just ask more like personal questions and also share more things about yourself and just be kind of in a giggly, fun mood and maybe share a funny story that happened to you. Okay. Matthew, I want you to be like really locked into her and really pretend like you're touching her too and be very alpha, like be in your space, own yourself. Like, again, maybe you don't know how, but try to do the best you can. Maybe hone in on your George Clooney or whoever celebrity that, or Brad Pitt, like somebody that maybe you see as kind of that masculine energy. And then for both of you, at some point in the conversation, when it feels right, you're going to say your line to each other. Okay. Okay. I have a prompt that I'm going to start you with, and then we're all going to watch, and then you will be up. You're going to have like a 5-minute date. Okay. The
Okay.
prompt is, Michelle, I want you to tell a story about something that happened around the theme of ice cream. Just come up with a
Ice cream?
story. Ice cream.
Okay.
Okay. Could be when you were 5 or 5 minutes ago. It doesn't matter, but it has to be real, has to be something that happened to you, but it can't be like anybody else. So, ready?
I thought of something. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Ready and scene. Go.
Do I start talking?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, hi, Matthew. So, I want to tell you a
Hello.
story.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, yeah. Good.
So,
You got
I'm
a
gonna tell you
story
a
for
story.
me?
Yeah, I'll tell you a story about ice cream. So my dad's from New York, and as kids, we'd go back and visit his family from time to time, which I absolutely loved. And one time he took me to this like little soda fountain. It was just him and me. Wasn't anybody else around, and he took me to this little soda fountain that we don't even, I don't think, have out here in California. So it was just fun. It was a great little ice cream treat, middle of the day. And I don't remember how old I was, but I just remember it being fun to be back there and fun just to be with my dad. And yeah, it was just a fun memory.
Very cool. I get that. It's funny that you talk about ice cream because I was remembering when I was a kid and Dad used to take us like 40 miles away. We'd all pile in the car, all the kids, and we'd drive to this dairy farm where they made ice cream cones. And I got to order my first hot fudge sundae or a banana split or something like that. And I was just in heaven.
That's awesome. Do you have a favorite flavor?
Oh my gosh. Well, I've been off ice cream for quite some time. So
Good for
in my
you.
childhood, it was chocolate. I would have chocolate sauce on chocolate ice cream.
Oh dear. That's
My
great.
internet connection's a little unstable, so please forgive the but chocolate. Yeah.
Chocolate on
I still
chocolate.
eat a lot of chocolate.
That's great. Yeah, no, I love chocolate. Are you always this charming or is it just me?
Oh, and it's totally you.
Okay.
You know, I reserve this kind of charm, you know, for the special ones.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I don't want you to feel like you're on the spot or anything, you know, but
No, I don't.
that's true. Just trying to be true here. Right on. Well, you got to be careful because if you do keep looking at me like that, I might fall for you.
Okay, well, that's good. So we keep talking.
Michelle got stumped at that one.
No, I have things I can say. We keep going. So do you have a childhood memory that you'd want to share with me?
Oh, wow. Childhood memories. I've got so many, but I'm the youngest of 7. So I had
Oh,
a
wow.
bunch of older siblings and I learned to get quiet really fast. I learned
I
to be
see.
quiet really fast. And I actually have an ankle injury that I've been nursing for a little while. And I was working with it just the other day and I heard this voice come out of the bones that said, "Leave me alone." And it was like my bones are talking. That was very strange. But in that moment, I realized it was a very old voice. It was from childhood. And I felt like that was my mantra for safety with 6 older siblings. Leave me alone. So that was
Wow.
pretty intense to have that memory. And I remember being ditched by my older brother. He and his friend would run off and leave me behind and just leave me alone because they didn't want little brother bothering them. So anyway, lots of childhood stories.
Let's see.
But that's what I got. What about you?
I think some of my favorite ones is, like I said before, my dad's from New York, and we would go and visit our relatives back in Queens, and just love seeing the city and my relatives, my cousins. I have 3 male cousins that we just don't have any brothers, so it was just great to be with them. We saw plays and saw all the sights and be with family, and it was just so much fun. Yeah, for sure.
So New York, when you say New York, you mean New York City?
New York City. Yeah, we went and saw everything. We got up early.
Really big.
What's that?
New York State is really big, but New York
City. Sorry, the city.
it's
Yeah,
big.
yeah, the city.
Yeah,
Manhattan.
okay.
Yeah. We get up early and go all day and get home late and then get up next day and so the Statue of Liberty and
Do it again.
yeah, do it again. Yeah, Ellis Island, all the sites. Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's very cool. I spent a long time in and out of New York.
All right. And scene. Okay, we can give him, but everyone give him a round of applause. That was awesome. Good job. Okay. Before we hear from the audience, how did you both feel in this date? In particular, when were the moments that worked? When were the moments that fell short? When were the things that maybe like in a real date, happens? Like, I'd love to hear just like your thoughts about it. So Michelle, why don't you start?
Yeah, I liked, so after that comment about charming, what he said was, I forgot even what he said, but it made me feel really good about, oh, it's just you, or I don't know what he said, but that was really sweet. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
And then
And
learning about his childhood and being the youngest, I enjoy hearing those details. Yeah.
so how did you feel like this simulated date went overall? Like, did it feel similar or different than like how your dates go?
I think similar. I don't know.
Hard to say.
It's hard to say. Yeah, somewhat similar, somewhat contrived. I mean, yeah, both, I guess. Yeah.
Right. What were there moments that felt challenging?
I don't think so.
Okay. And here's a harder question.
Okay.
Did you feel that Matthew was flirting with you?
A little, just a little.
Just
that
little.
one time. Just that one time when he said that line.
Aha. Okay. And all the other times felt just more like a friend kind of thing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Good. Okay. Matthew, what about you?
Yeah, well, I think the question about my childhood kind of threw me into friend zone.
Oh.
It felt like a little bit of like, okay, she's asking me about my childhood. Okay. Been down this road before. And I could tell stories about my childhood for days, but I didn't feel like flirtatious in any way. It felt like an inquiry.
Okay.
Good
like feedback.
Not fully an inquisition, but like an inquiry. It's like, oh, now I'm in the therapist chair, or whatever the therapist.
Yes, yes. That Matthew, I'm so happy you're giving her that feedback. I was going to if you hadn't, but go ahead.
So what are some better questions to ask? I mean, so I think this is where I get stuck. What do you ask that doesn't feel that way?
Matthew, as a man, after you said, this is really helpful for her. As a man, after you threw that flirt bomb at her, what would you have wanted her to do with that? Because you know what? She punted it, didn't she?
Yeah. Yeah, she got a little, she flicked her hair once. I'm reminded of that story you told about the woman in the bar who got into observer mode and saw the rain out the window and said, isn't that strange that there's rain out the window? So I would have liked it to be kept a little bit lighter and a little more observational to what's in this current moment. That would have felt a little less like a therapy question.
I think I get stuck. I don't know what I would have said. Maybe you guys can help me.
Can I interject something? Or not yet?
Yeah, not yet. But we'll ask you guys, and because it's interesting, like being an observer and also like when you're in it. Matthew, any other things that you wanted to say? Like, how did you feel as the dater? Did you pick up any flirtation from Michelle?
Yeah, I mean, I think the are you always charming? This charming question was more flirtatious, and I think that's the line you fed her in private chat. And it kind of worked. It was kind of like, oh yeah, okay. She just noticed my charms, and I decided to turn it on a little bit more. And after telling her that no, that's only reserved for you, I realized, well, I can kind of be charming with lots of different people in lots of different ways.
Okay, this is so important. Yes, wait, can pause right there for everybody. Do you see what just happened? Like, we're also caught up with the other person. Well, they didn't flirt with me, or they didn't do this, or they didn't do that. Do you see how powerful when you show up and you bring it, how then the other person then rises to the occasion and then they bring it. Like they were in the highest flirtation vibration when they threw the lines that I prompted them. And it's so funny because the two of you felt it from each other. Michelle, you felt the flirtation from him. That was the line I fed him, by the way.
Yeah, I know, I figured.
And you right. So like what is right? Like just do you see? And we're all playing it so safe with these like kind of like friend zoney questions. But it's the ones that have dare, it's the teasing, it's the little bit of like naughtiness and risk is what moves the needle.
That's where I think I get stuck. Is there a list of these somewhere?
I will never give people lists because you have it in you, Michelle.
I have what?
And you have it in you. You know you have it in you. I think you're just scared.
Yeah.
And the list would just be a crutch for you, and then it would come across disingenuous. Like I fed you guys lines because of the purpose of the simulation, and it works in the simulation because we're role playing. But in real life, these lines don't work. You trust yourself, you know, and it could be maybe in your head stupid, but you could literally say watermelon in a very flirty way. Like I could go to Matthew and I could say watermelon. How does that feel?
Chocolate.
See, we could just do these like so the answer is, Michelle, like you all are getting so caught up with the sentences and like topical stuff. It doesn't matter. Like Matthew and I could literally for 5 minutes go strawberry. And he could go chocolate.
Ice cream.
And I could go cake. Like we could just play a stupid game. Guarantee you he would ask me back out. Guarantee you. Right, Matthew? If we just had a whimsical action, like counter, obviously, like, look, at the end of the day, we want more depth. Like, I'm not saying just be like these like comical cartoons all the time. I'm talking about in the initial, it's pacing. It's pacing. Y'all, I think are getting too deep, too soon, too fast. You're vetting each other left and right. And Roman knows this. Like there's no sexual charge or energy that comes from that. We, at the end of the day, we're all kids. We're, you know, the boys are chasing the girls on the playground and, you know, it's like, it's all of those things that like rattle us, you know? And if thinking of it sexually is just too hard and too much, that's fine. Like think of it just being playful. Playfulness is sexual energy, you know, and it's all in good fun. So let me open it up to the audience to see if they have any comments. What were some observations that you had about either one of them or just how the date went, or what did you notice? Yes, Joyce.
So yeah, I noticed, you know, when Matthew said back to Michelle, only for, you know, very charming, you said charming to him, and I forgot what word you used, Matthew, but you threw definitely a real compliment, a sexy compliment. And Michelle, I saw it as deflecting. The fact that you went right into, do you have an old childhood? And I felt that has to do with your own feeling of deserving, you know, like not deserving his compliment, you know, the low self-esteem crap that we all deal with. And if you were able to hold that vibration and believe that it's true in yourself, you would have been able to return it right on his level. So I noticed that. So, you know, because that's in me too, you know.
Yeah. No, thank you. That's good.
Sure. Beautiful, Joyce. That was a great observation. Yeah. Anybody else? You don't have to. I don't know if anyone had other feedback. Yeah, I was gonna actually piggybacking off of what Joyce said. Not only, Michelle, was there a shift in the topic, viscerally, you seemed uncomfortable.
A little, yeah.
Energetically, your body language was like, I'm not touching that. And so I definitely saw it as a deflection. And when you said, well, I don't know where to go from there, conversation and sexual tension is a dance. And it's learning how to hold the space for that. And if it's uncomfortable, then look at that piece, like what is causing the discomfort in that moment. So like imagine in that moment when Matthew said that to you, instead of saying, oh, well, that's good to know. Anyway, tell me about your childhood thing. Like it was such a like non sequitur, like it just went off the rails. And that's why Matthew just ended up then. See, and this is the yin and the yang. Then Matthew got too serious, didn't he? Right? Matthew went right from like a little bit, it was a little bit like violin-ish. Like, Matthew started kind of going, and it was okay to be vulnerable and touch on some of the things, but then you kept kind of going with it. So then I started watching this as a therapy session, honestly. Like it started looking like that. And you heard my story. I was guilty of that. Trust me, I really I get it. And you both are really good at that. So both of your journeys is to keep it more on that like whimsical, cute, funny, gamey thing. You'll get to some of the deeper stuff. There's plenty of time. There's no rush for that. But see, that was a trigger. So Michelle's deflection ended up being a trigger for Matthew's like going into his like kind of trauma thing. And you see, this is how we get caught up in these like dates that just go awry, or you didn't feel the attraction or whatever it is, kind of thing. And so imagine, Michelle, like instead of deflecting it, you hold it. And when he said his line, so Matthew, you want to say your line again to me?
No, if you keep looking at me like that, I just may fall for you. Careful.
What do you mean? Like this?
Yeah, like that.
Well, I'd be okay with that.
The batting eyelashes. The
Do
big
you see
smile.
do you see how I'm holding it? Like
that's good.
I'm taking what he's giving me, and I'm staying there. I'm not going boo over there, but that takes a comfort within, right? And you said it. You said that this is happening, and so that's part of, and that's why like I'm super excited to chat with you more. But I thought that rather than answer you in a cerebral way, because that would have been really easy. Well, just do this.
Yeah.
See this, and for those of you who are watching the replay or remainder here, this is why the practice piece is so important. You cannot learn this stuff just reading a book. You just can't. You have to put yourself in practice. You have to be with a community of other people and lifting your spirits with it all. Like, didn't this feel good to feel supported with each other too? And knowing like you're seeing yourself and others too. So anyway, all right, round of applause. Let's come back to the gallery view and close
Can I just
out.
say can I say one more thing, Kimmy?
Yes, Joyce.
Well, the other thing that this brings up so clearly is how often we take things personally. Like Michelle's response had nothing to do with Matthew. It was her own discomfort speaking the next words about, do you have a memory from childhood? But to Matthew, he took it totally personally. Oh, she's putting me in friend zone. I'm not good enough to stay in this flirty romantic vibe with her. And it's such a clear picture of this goes on all the time. We always take things personally.
Yeah. Oh my God, Joyce, that was so well put. And so what happens, like if they really were on a date and you can just hear the conversation, like Michelle, you might say, oh God, that dude, he just kept talking about his childhood and it was like trauma, but like I am just saying, for instance, and then Matthew would be like, well, I mean, I could see her as a friend, but yeah, I don't think I would date her, like I don't think she was interested. Like we were just talking about kind of surfacey thing. You know what I'm saying? Like you're so right. And that's why I always say careful of assuming things. With my clients, I do this whole like chemistry analysis, and I have people do data dating, and they go out on multiple dates, and I have them collect data in certain ways and really assessing where chemistry is because of what you just said, Joyce. It's so true. Like we'll have one encounter and then assume something. So like really paying attention to your own stuff. And often we're just not. We're numbing out, we're swiping, and we're not really in it. That's why I like to bring everyone back to the playground to just really be there for a while. All right, you guys were so amazing. I cannot believe you stayed the entire time. Well, and you gave me energy, so I just want to thank you because I mean, if I didn't feel this from you, I would have ended, when we were supposed to about a half hour ago. But I really wanted to do this because you all just were so present and really wanted it. And I'm just excited to hopefully at least chat with you or see you in Kimmy's Love Hub. So with that, thank you so, so much. Roman, thanks
Thank you very
for
much.
adding some masculine energy at the end. We were looking for that, so that's awesome. And just thank you for playing full out.
Thanks a lot, Kimmy.
You are so welcome. All right. Well, hopefully I will stay connected and see you all soon, whether it's in the Love Hub or on a call. Bye.